Hi, Tara, can you hear me?
How about now? Hey! You know what I absolutely love? Having 4 editions of the Game Accessibility Conference, running it from my home, figuring out all of the tech issues, feeling invincible in just enough time to change venues and do the adventure all over again. It is absolutely wild to be in a room with humans. Wow, people. Really unique and fun time. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the Game Accessibility Conference US, our first proper hybrid edition. So if you may remember, back in the before times, we've actually, with the exception of the first Game Accessibility Conference, we've always had an online portion. But I was actually just telling one of our speakers that, back in the first edition, we actually just kind of streamed it to YouTube and didn't even read the chat. We were just like, yeah, it's there. But, this is different. We're having an actual in-person / hybrid experience today. I mean, because look, hi, everyone. I see you. Yeah, so one of the ways we're really making sure that we keep the hybrid experience going today is our Discord. It's actually one of the things that we loved from the online period that we're really excited to keep going through. So let's talk about Discord real quick. So if you're in person, that's why we have tables, so that you can have your laptop out and get involved in the Discord. If you registered, you should have gotten a link. If you're watching on Zoom and you do not have a link, please go register on the website and you will get our link. We actually have a channel for each individual talk. And so during a talk, if you have questions, go to that channel to discuss it. The speaker will be in there and they'll be able to answer your questions and communicate with you. Try to stay on topic in each channel that you're on. And because we know there's all sorts of fun off-topic conversations that happen, we have rooms for those too. We've already seen some great additions to our pets channel. So please, especially if you are watching this from home, please share us pictures of all your little furry friends who are hanging out with you while you're watching the conference. Of course, we also want to thank all of our staff who is help making this happen, both our virtual staff, shout out, who are helping moderate the Discord, and our in-person staff. Now, a few things just for our in-person folks today. Number one, if you need any assistance, we have multiple staff members. You can find us because we have black name badges. They are here to help you. They can also show you where the quiet room is if you need that. We will have beverages available all day. And when we have lunch, it'll be in a separate room back there. If you need anything, you have any questions, let me know. If you reported a food allergy, don't worry. We actually just built a menu that included none of the foods anyone noted they were allergic to. So you will be able to eat, absolutely no worries. Let's see. I need to thank our sponsors. There we go. So obviously we can't have this event either in person or virtual without the support of our sponsors. And we're actually really excited just through the sheer number of sponsors that came to us for this event. So for our gold sponsors, we have Sony Interactive Entertainment, Rockstar, and Xbox. So thank you so much to all of our gold sponsors for help making this happen. For our silver sponsors, we have the ESA, Electronic Arts, Riot Games, and Netflix. Again, thank you for your support. And then finally, our bronze sponsors, Reed Speaker AI, Player Research, Descriptive Audio Works, and Shara. Now, one of these is different than the rest of them. Shara is not a company. Shara is two people. That's me and Shane, who you've seen in our Discord and on running a lot of our Twitter. So Shara is Shane and Tara, Shara. And Shara is actually a fundraising initiative where we just get gamers who care about game accessibility to help us sponsor this event. So although we have tons of companies who are showing an investment in accessibility today, I'm actually really excited that we just every year always have a little bit of sponsorship that's just gamers who want to help make accessible games. So thank you to everyone who donated to help make that possible. Now, normally, this is when I'd be up here and I would say something about Ian Hamilton, probably make fun of his hoodie that he always wears, which, by the way, sorry, virtual folks, in-person folks, tomorrow we will actually have stickers of the famous hoodie that you will be able to pick up. They got a little delayed, so they're not here this morning, but we will have them. So this is actually a really weird conference in that I am not here with Ian. Ian is one of our virtual attendees, and you know, of course, it is weird to be here without him and him shoving rum in my face that he's found locally. He actually, funny story, for my birthday, bought me a bottle of Battenberg gin that he was going to give to me while I was in the UK recently, so I could bring it and celebrate GaConf with Battenberg. If you don't know about Battenberg, don't worry, we'll get into it later. And it got delayed, and so I wasn't able to get it. But then they sent him 2 bottles. So Ian is, at home celebrating because it's evening his time, drinking a bottle of Battenberg gin. So you know what? I think maybe it's all right that he can't actually be here in person. But obviously, we always start off the day with the exact same talk, and it's always from Ian, the co-director, or as he loves to put it, co-conspirator of this conference. So we're going to open up today with the news update from Ian Hamilton.
Hello and welcome to the first talk. I'm Ian, I'm one of the organisers, and I also moonlight as an accessibility specialist when I'm not helping Tara put on events. I'm going to start this event, as I always do, with a news update. There is a common theme in the resilience and self-care kind of talks we have. The working in accessibility can be hard. so you need to celebrate the wins. And that doesn't only apply to your own wins. So I'm going to give you a quick look at some of the wins that our community in general has had over the past 6 months since the last edition of the conference. It's not comprehensive, it is just a highlights reel, but it's still going to be a lot to get across. It's going to be coming over pretty quick. Don't feel like you need to keep notes or go and look anything up, because at the end I am going to give you a document, and that document has links in it to every single thing that I'm going to talk about. I am going to cover 6 areas: hardware, developer resources, gamer resources, events, games, and people. First up, hardware. The past 6 months have seen a wide range of innovation in this area, starting with this, which is the no pull, no lift controller. This is a prototype controller developed by a group at the University of Prince Edward Island with help and advice from able gamers. It works like a joystick but with a much larger grip, with very small movements needed to operate it, and also just sliding around on the 2D plane rather than tilting in different directions. Enable to Play launched. This is a device with huge potential aimed at freely translating any kind of input, which includes head positioning, facial expressions, speech and virtual controls, into single or macro output mapped to any standard output like keyboard, mouse, controller. The 8-bit Do Lite SE. This is a lightweight, compact Android and Switch controller with all the inputs moved onto the top face, and also highly sensitive sticks designed in collaboration with a player who had spinal muscular atrophy. The real standout here is cost. This device costs $35. It is incredibly rare for any assistive tech to be that affordable. While we're on the topic of affordability, the Microsoft Adaptive Accessories. This is a whole range of highly customizable PC kit designed with personalization through 3D printing in mind. It includes a mouse, an interface to connect accessibility switches to, and also a D-pad with a choice of toppers that acts as a bank of switches itself. I spoke about this at the previous event, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but they now have prices, including $59 for a high quality switch interface, which is just unheard of, and a release date too. The full suite releases tomorrow. And also something nice in the interaction between hardware and operating system. Apple had developed Buddy Controller. This is their equivalent to Copilot on the Xbox or Tandem on the Stadia. It's a way to connect 2 controllers and have both of them do exactly the same thing as each other. This means that the same set of controls can be split between 2 different people, or between 2 different body parts, like some controls controlled with your hands, other controls controlled with your foot. It released on iOS last month, and it releases on iPad and Mac today. Next up, resources for developers. There has been some nice progress, not just in the breadth of resources, but also the type of resources too. Sticking with Apple for a minute, Apple have released an open source plugin for Unity to expose interfaces to the accessibility layer of Apple devices. which in turn means that the interfaces are then exposed to the screen reader, to switch support, to voice control and so on. While this isn't quite the holy grail of this all being done by default by Unity itself, this is still a monumental leap. This is one of the biggest steps forward I've seen in game accessibility in the whole 16 years that I've been working in this field. I couldn't even begin to count the number of iOS game developers I've spoken to who really wanted to do great things, but haven't been able to because of that barrier between the engine and the accessibility layer. So this is a huge step forward in breaking down that barrier. Unity themselves have been busy too. They have now joined the likes of Xbox and Unreal in developing free training materials for their developers. This proliferation of free training courses is really wonderful to see. And speaking of Xbox, they've been busy too. They have upgraded the Xbox accessibility guidelines with guidance on touch input and also on mental health. So that's covering things like phobias and PTSD. They have also now started to offer a new variant of their accessibility testing service. That testing service is a paid service open to any game at all releasing on the Xbox or PC. The regular service, which existed for a while, is a detailed audit against their full set of all their accessibility guidelines. It's conducted by a mix of subject matter experts and disabled players. This new service is a lighter version, so it just looks at some core functional scenarios like navigation and communication, and it's conducted solely by disabled players. Both Xbox and also Carrie Waterton of Rebellion have released their own handy collections of links to guidelines, talks, articles, tools, and so on. Again, at the end of this talk, I will give you a document which has links to these and everything else that I've mentioned too. The information available to gamers has seen some nice progress too. A lot of what I'm going to talk about now in this section is down to Xbox. They don't have me on commission, I promise. It is just a credit to the extraordinary commitment to accessibility that they've been showing. They have overhauled their accessibility support pages and published support guides, which are easy to follow video content on how to enable and operate accessibility functionality of the console itself. They've added filtering functionality to the storefront so that the accessibility tags already present on games can now be searched on, giving extra visibility to developers who are implementing this stuff, and also making it easier for players to make informed purchase decisions. They have launched the Ambassadors Accessibility Explorer path. This is gamified training for their Ambassadors program to ensure that players can get knowledgeable support from within the community. And last but by no means least, supporting the collaboration between Taming Gaming and Special Effect to bring vital information on controls to the Family Video Games database site. This site is already a huge asset for the community, researching and sharing information about accessibility across a huge range of titles. So this simple addition of this really vital information of just what controls you need to be able to operate to play the game is going to make this into an even stronger resource again. Another vital resource for players is trailers. A while back, Ubisoft blazed the trail for audio description in game trailers, becoming the first company in any industry to use YouTube's new functionality for audio description. If you aren't familiar with audio description, it is an optional extra narration track that verbally describes what is happening visually, primarily for people who have difficulty seeing it. Ubisoft have now produced over 60 audio-described trailers, and it is spreading like wildfire through other companies too. Some recent examples include Hearthstone, Forza Motorsport, The Last of Us Part 1, God of War Ragnarok, Skull and Bones, and Assassin's Creed Mirage. This is easy and cheap to do if you're outsourcing to a third party, and it isn't just a benefit to the people watching the videos. It's also putting workflow and supplier relationships in place that will make it easier to include audio description in games themselves. I will come back to that later. First though, let's have a look at events. Events have moved in some interesting directions in the past 6 months. Firstly, developer events about accessibility. Like this is the RNRB Game Accessibility Symposium. This was a really wonderful event bringing together people from all over the industry, all over the world, to collaborate and problem solve issues around making games accessible to blind and low vision players. And like We Speak Games, this was a new mini conference dedicated solely to voice input in games. And A11YTO Gaming in Toronto. This is actually an event that has run before as a conference, but for this year they shifted direction with exhibits, demos, a hands-on maker event, opportunity for players and developers to meet the people behind accessibility in person, turning it from a conference into a real celebration of accessibility aimed at both developers and players. This was a great move, and I am very excited to see where this is going to go in the future. Also on the player side of things, some of you may be familiar with an event called the Sento Showdown. That's a Mortal Kombat tournament for blind players, which is now in its 3rd year. And now there is another, the Shingan Cup. This was a Street Fighter V tournament held in May in Japan, again open solely to blind players. Accessibility of events has continued to improve too. Xbox smashed the bar for in-person shows with their booth at Gamescom this summer, which had a huge range of accommodations from wheelchair accessibility and adaptive controllers to sensory equipment, quiet room, and interpreters on hand for 3 sign languages. You'll be hearing all about that in detail later today. They also made progress on their streamed events too, offering both audio description and sign language in Japanese for their Tokyo Game Show broadcast. And then Ubisoft raised the bar for streamed events higher still. This year's Ubisoft Forward event provided subtitles in 11 languages, sign language in 4 languages, and audio description in 2. This is the pinnacle at the moment for streamed events, but it's doable. So please look at what companies like Ubisoft and Xbox are doing and apply those learnings and their practices to your own events too. And I'm sure they would be more than happy to chat and to help. So on to what it is all about next, the games. Indies, as always, have been doing wonderful things, like Lost and Hound's Blind Accessibility by Design, which you'll be hearing about in just over an hour's time. And also many others, like Return to Monkey Island, Cult of the Lamb, Rogue Legacy 2, To the Dragon Cave, Rollerdrome, The Spirit and the Mouse. All of these wonderful showcases of what is possible with limited time and limited resources. And also great progress at the bigger team, bigger budget end of the spectrum too. Games like Sniper Elite 5, A Plague Tale Requiem, As Dusk Falls, Saints Row, Multiverses, Rocksmith Plus, Mario and Rabbids Spark of Hope, and Solstice, all by far exceeding anything that AAAs were doing just a few years ago, and all of them pushing the bar in their own unique ways. There are two in particular that made me smile though. Steel Rising, which is a Souls-like with highly configurable difficulty, and The Quarry, a game with a literal movie mode where all the action is stripped out, you just choose some initial parameters, and the story plays out as a movie based on what you chose. If you have had any engagement at all with the toxic side of accessibility discourse in social media, I think you'll appreciate why these two examples made me smile. There has also been an abundance of existing games becoming more accessible through updates. Dead Cells, Deathloop, and No Man's Sky in particular had enormous accessibility updates. But there were a ton of others too, like Roundguard, Doom Eternal, Quake, yes, really, Quake, Spin Rhythm, Overcooked, Infernax, and in a couple of days' time, Resident Evil Village 2. All of this thoroughly proving that while it is never too early to consider accessibility, it is also never too late. And that brings me neatly on to remakes. For years and years, people have campaigned for accessibility in remakes. From a developer's perspective, if you are remaking a game, you really have two key business goals. Firstly, expand the audience to a wider market. Secondly, make an additional sale to the original players who are now older with different capabilities. You simply cannot do an effective job of either of those things without considering accessibility. It has gradually started to happen over the past couple of years, but now two games have taken it to a whole new level. First of these two games is Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. This remake upgraded the game with a wide range of accessibility considerations, from customizable subtitle size to simplified one-hand control schemes, from dynamic PTSD trigger warnings all the way through to overlays for environmental text. The second is The Last of Us Part 1. This remake's shift to the same engine as The Last of Us 2 brought the opportunity to make use of all the functionality from that game. While there are limits on how much you can do with a game that wasn't designed from the outset with accessibility in mind, they still not only took the opportunity, but they built upon it, adding, amongst other things, audio description for cutscenes, never before seen in any AAA game, and a high-fidelity haptic dialogue, never before seen in any game. I'm not going to go into too much detail as you will be hearing all about it from Naughty Dog tomorrow. But suffice to say, between this and Stanley Parable, the bar has now been set. I think that any developer releasing a remake in 2023 who wants to meet player expectations is going to have to put some good effort into accessibility. Bringing the visuals up to 2023 standards while leaving accessibility in 2003 is no longer going to cut it. Last, of course, the people who make it all possible. Since the last GaConf 6 months ago, there has been a whole bunch more recruitment of people into full-time accessibility roles. Jasmine Kano as Accessibility Product Manager for Alchemy. Teresa Wong, Senior Accessibility TPM for Xbox. Morgan Baker and Kate Gonzalez at EA, Game Accessibility Lead and Senior Accessibility Program Manager respectively. Adrian Leder as Senior Manager of Inclusive Design for Activision Blizzard. Sam Schaffel, moving from Santa Monica over to Insomniac as Accessibility Design Researcher. Greg Haynes, who many of you will know from Able Gamers, is now an Accessibility User Researcher for PlayStation. Mark Friend, who of course has been working in accessibility forever, has now had it formalised. As of last week, he is now Accessibility Lead for PlayStation Studios. And last but not least, Sightless Combat. He is now Accessible Gaming Research Officer for RNIB. RNIB are the UK's main blind and low vision advocacy organisation. It's the same one that ran that symposium that I was talking about earlier. His appointment marks, as far as I'm aware at least, the first time that a national body, disability body like that has created a role specifically for gaming. That growth of accessibility as a recognised discipline is still gathering pace. By the time of the next conference in April, there will be over 70 people in full-time dedicated roles. And I'm able to say that because of the number of roles that are currently in the process of being filled. A few months ago, we saw something completely unprecedented. There were 2 vacancies advertised at Rockstar, 2 vacancies advertised at Riot, 1 at PlayStation and 1 at Insomniac. It was only a few short years ago that there had never been any advertised game accessibility role ever. This summer, there were 6 advertised simultaneously. That is tremendous progress, but it does bring a problem with it. Experienced people are very quickly snapped up. The more senior roles in particular are increasingly hard to fill. So this means a couple of things. Firstly, consider creating more junior roles, particularly at companies where someone experienced is already in place. Like at Rockstar, the 2 vacancies advertised for Rockstar were actually to expand their team of 2 people out into 4, and those 2 new roles were junior and mid-level. There are a ton of passionate, talented people out there who just haven't had that chance to get their foot on the ladder. So please give them that chance. And secondly, a word of caution. If you have someone in your company who is doing great things for accessibility, give them an opportunity to make it their full-time role. If you don't, another company will. There is no greater accessibility asset than passionate, talented people. So do everything you can to retain them. And on that note, if you are either looking for people or looking for a position, there are channels dedicated to that on the conference Discord server, just called Vacancies and Looking for Work. And both the channels and the Discord server in general are kept active throughout the year. And that's it from me. As you can see, it has been quite a 6 months with incredible progress in all kinds of different areas, some of which you're going to hear more about later in the conference. I hope this has been either interesting or inspirational, and I hope it has helped to fuel your fires too. Because like I said at the start, these wins are everybody's wins. Every step forward benefits the whole community, developers and players alike. And finally, that document that I promised that has links to everything I mentioned in the talk, plus a bunch of other nice things in there too, that is at tinyurl.com/GaConfOct22. So GaConfOct22. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the next 2 days, and I will see you on the Discord.
Thank you, Ian. If you saw in chat, he's enjoying a nice tea I am air quotes T, by the way. Um, he worked hard. As he mentioned in the Discord, in case you missed it, Ian unfortunately had been having technical troubles, and so this talk that should have been really easy to record actually took him like 3 hours, and he was losing his voice by the end of it because he kept having to redo takes. Because of course it's not a digital conference if you can get your recordings to work properly. But I love that even though it took him forever to get that talk together, there were some really great nuggets in there. I think one of the things that stood out to a lot of people is this idea of, it's never too early to work on accessibility, but it's also never too late. We are not perfect humans. We are not part of a perfect development process. Better late than never in terms of accessibility. So, don't ever get discouraged. And I saw on Twitter, so Chad from Twitter, you made the comment that I love how GaConf starts with an update on all the accessibility wins of the past year, and it really sets a good tone. Yes, this is 100% intentional. It's really easy when you're working in accessibility to kind of get caught up in what you're doing and what you wish could have happened and maybe lose sight of all of the work that has happened across the industry. So yeah, no, we very intentionally always start with this pick me up of like, have you seen the good shit that has happened in the past 6 months? Like, this is amazing. We as a group are doing amazing work. So we love to celebrate with that. I also, was really excited to see the new hire slides. We actually have a few of them in person with us today. So, shout out to you. And, of course, plugs for content that we'll be having later with both the Xbox talk on accessibility, the in-person space, Lost and Hound, and the accessibility in that title. And, we've got more great content coming up. So we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be back at 9 a.m. Pacific time with our next talk. And until then, go and enjoy the Discord. I mean, if you go look in the pet channel alone, we already have a duck, a donkey, and costumed ferrets. Like, this is not a joke. You can go see pictures of ferrets in costumes in the pets channel right now. So please go check that out. Continue to share your pictures of your delicious food, your gorgeous looking rainbow cakes, jealous. And we will be back after the short break. Thanks, everyone. All right. I hope everyone was able to go get a cup of tea, have a little break, something like that. So we are back with our next talk of the day, and I was seeing in Discord people are already excited, already in there to learn more about it. So our next talk is 7 pillars of strategic accessibility. When we think about accessibility, we often think of compliance. I mean, literally, my role first became a role because of compliance. Luckily, it's more than compliance now, but that's where a lot of people go. And of course, the various standards that come along with compliance. Strategic accessibility is actually a job for all of us in every position and is woven into the entirety of the organization. In this talk, we will cover the 7 pillars of strategic accessibility and how we can build a successful accessibility program. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Enid Brown, and today we're going to be talking about the 7 pillars of strategic accessibility. So we're going to start with a bit about who I am. To give you a visual description, I am a dark-skinned Black woman. I'm currently wearing braids that are pulled into a bun on the top of my head. I like to say that I have a bright smile and rosy cheeks, and I'm currently wearing a pink sweatshirt. I currently serve as the head of product accessibility at Riot Games. I also have a bachelor's in industrial engineering from Georgia Tech and a master's in digital media design from NYU. So how did I get here? I spent what I would consider the first third or so, maybe half of my career in information technology. I worked for Accenture and then JBN. And then I moved on to education technology, working at Sesame Workshop, BrainPop, and then Instructure. And currently, as I mentioned before, I work in gaming for Riot Games. And so you can see that my career has spanned over several industries, all with the commonality of having technology be the core of what I do. And what I have found in each of these industries is that accessibility is just as important in each of them, and that when we focus on providing equitable and accessible experiences for users, we provide a better user experience for everyone. So it doesn't matter what industry you're coming from, doesn't matter what you're focusing on, accessibility is important through it all. So why do I do this work? I always pause at this point in my presentation to talk about why this work is important to me, because I think it gives some context as to why I do what I do and how I kind of ended up here. I'm Black, I'm a woman, and I'm an immigrant. And so what that has meant for me is that I've often been placed in spaces that were not designed for me. They were not necessarily designed for me to succeed in them. They were not necessarily designed for me to thrive in them. And so as I started working in this space of technology and digital media and games, what I found important is that as a person of privilege in this space, as someone with no known physical disabilities, it's important for me to use my privilege to serve a community in a way that is meaningful, because I understand what it means to be the person operating in a system that is not designed for me to succeed and isn't designed to give me an equitable experience. So I come into the space of accessibility with that in mind, understanding my privilege in this space and coming from a space of non-privilege in other areas. I also like to talk about the yellow couch. Sometimes it's red, sometimes it's blue. But the idea here is that when I talk about why the work of accessibility is important, I often like to ask my listeners or my viewers to think about a very comfortable chair. It can be yellow, it can be red, it can be blue, it can be green. But the idea is that this chair is really, really comfortable, and you walk into a room and it's the only chair in the room and you want to sit in it. And so you start moving towards the chair and you hear a voice say, wait, only people who have Black hair and brown eyes can sit in this chair. And so a lot of people may fall into that category. And then the boy says, no, 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 wait, but you have to have black hair, brown eyes, and braces. And so that automatically eliminates another subset of people. And then it says, no, well, it needs black hair, brown eyes, braces, and green pants. And so you get the idea. The idea is that less and less people are not able to sit in this chair. And so this is what we do when we don't create accessible spaces for our users or for our players, is that we essentially create this very comfortable chair in the middle of a room that only very specific people can sit in, only very specific people can experience. And so for me, it's a reminder constantly of why the work that we're doing around accessibility is important. Let's talk about the why. So creating accessible technology, games, content, digital spaces is important in every industry. As I mentioned earlier, I've been in information technology, I've been in ed tech, I've been in gaming, and this work is important regardless. The disability here is not the barrier. The barrier exists because we create things, games, technology, digital spaces that fail to account for the different abilities and needs of its users. That is what we need to tackle. So what is strategic accessibility? Strategic accessibility is a holistic approach to accessibility within an organization. It is not just focusing on compliance and testing, which a lot of us do as we get started in accessibility. And we have to start somewhere. So I'm not blaming you for that. I'm not knocking you for that. We have to start somewhere. But when we think about strategic accessibility, we're not just focusing on compliance and testing. We really want to focus on accessibility as a practice and not a project. So this is something that has to be consistently and constantly integrated into our processes, and we have to constantly check them, make sure if they need improving. So it's about process integration and change consistently. So strategic accessibility, I've divided into 7 pillars that I like to call DET-PACE for short. But the idea here is that we are focusing on design and development, empathy, testing and validation, partnership, auditing and compliance, communication, and then education and training. What I really want to point out here is that it is not one thing. All these things create a strategic approach to accessibility within our organizations, within our companies, as we approach accessibility. So we're going to start with design and development. So design and development infuses accessibility into the product development lifecycle. It's things like implementing accessibility by design. We need to think about accessibility from the start. As we're scoping, as we're thinking about what the possibilities of this project or product can be, we need to think about accessibility from the beginning. It means creating accessibility guidelines and guardrails. So what are our hard stopping points? Do we say, if we have accessibility bugs that this product doesn't launch, that's a guardrail. In terms of guidelines, do we say we need to cover all WCAG 2.0 AA standards? That's a guideline for us, right? And so we need to also document best practices. The idea here is that for example, our design team should have a list of best practices that they go into, so that what ends up happening is that we have an inherently accessible product at the end of it. And then for this, we also need to, it also requires consistent process integration and change. So it's not one thing and then we stop. We have to constantly keep integrating accessibility into our processes and changing them as needed. So we talked about accessibility by design. So this is built into the entire product development lifecycle. In this way, every single team member becomes a participant and an advocate. It's not just the responsibility of one person. It's not just testing for accessibility at the end. It's our designers have a part to play, our developers have a part to play, our product owners have a part to play. So we all are participants in the accessibility process, and then we all become advocates for ensuring that the outcome is accessible. Requirements are met, and there's an accessible user experience that's created. What does this actually look like? So if we talk about the different stages of the product development lifecycle, we look at something like concepting and scoping. And so you may have accessibility requirements. You have to prioritize requirements. So you have to understand which are most important, which absolutely need to be met. And then we look at things like the user research stage. So in this stage, you may have accessibility personas, and you may do some user testing to make sure that the things that you're designing provide a good experience for our users. If we move on to design, things like visual contrast, we do design reviews. We may do some user testing here also to validate our designs. Move on to development, making sure we use standard components, making sure we have alt text, keyboard navigation, semantic HTML, and then QA, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, the idea of doing testing. So we have automated and manual testing. We have things like flash rate testing, where we may use a Harding test, and then testing with screen readers to ensure that we can, our content is compatible with screen readers. Okay, so the next pillar is empathy. And what this pillar focuses on is building empathy within the organization. And what that really does is it helps our partners in accessibility to understand that we are not building this thing that lives over here for these people that we don't know or that we can't identify with. The idea is that it really helps to create a connection between our players and our users who are going to need to use the accessibility features and things that we build into our products, into our games. Although I always like to say that accessibility is necessary for some, but beneficial for all. And so the idea really is that anytime we build an accessibility feature, we build an accessible product, we're really building something for every single person. But this particular pillar is really focused on building empathy in the organization. This encourages advocacy. It really helps to get, people within the organization to say, hey, I know someone who actually uses this. So when they can see a person and when they can point to a person, it helps them really to advocate for the accessibility community in that way. One of the ways that we do this is establishing accessibility communities of practice. So sharing information about what's happening, sharing news, sharing events, helping people keep up to date about what's going on in the community, seeing that we're not the only ones tackling this, and that the things that we're doing are having effects out there in the world. It really helps to build that empathy within the organization, and it really humanizes the organization's efforts. So testing and validation is our third pillar. And what this really focuses on is evaluating designs through user research and testing. At this stage, we really want to measure and validate our designs against standards. And that could be organizational standards, that could be legal standards, WCAG, CVA, but we want to measure and validate our designs against standards. We want to test the development work using our QA team. And then this also includes ongoing audits and regression testing. So really here, this is where normally if we think about accessibility as only being compliance, this would be a part of that traditionally. But since we're not going to think of it and that we have a strategic approach to accessibility, this is just one of our pillars. So this is really where we test and make sure that the things that we are creating at every stage along the process is tested and it's validated. So one of the ways that we can do this is through using accessibility personas. And so they really help us to design with accessibility in mind. Ideally, we want to use behavioral personas as opposed to traditional personas. And so we want to look at what particular behavior, what particular needs a user will have or a persona will have. We want to cover a wide range of abilities. And so where possible, we want to combine different abilities and different needs. So for example, we have something like someone who has low vision, who also has a fine motor skill disability, and who also may have ADHD. And then where possible, we want to use data and actual users. So we want to model our personas off of members of the accessibility community wherever possible. What could that look like? So this is a persona example. This is Michelle. Michelle is young, she's educated, she's sharp, and she's blind from birth. What technology does she need? So she needs the screen reader. She absolutely needs a keyboard, and she sometimes uses a Braille display. What are some of the typical issues that she may have? Some information is exclusively visual, and so if she cannot see it, she may not be able to experience it. The screen reader may not get access to some information controls. So if we are not creating games or products that are screen reader compatible. She may not have access to some information, even though she's using a screen reader. Navigating certain interfaces can be daunting for her, and keyboard access may not work or get stuck at times. And so how do we meet Michelle's needs? The digital service, the game, the website must be accessible with a screen reader and a keyboard. We also need to perform manual usability testing with screen readers. So we need to actually test with screen readers. And then we need to perform user testing with users who rely solely on screen readers to ensure that not only are we meeting the technical compliance issues, so not only are screen readers able to access the game or the product, but also that it's a good user experience for a user who actually relies solely on screen readers. So partnership is our fourth pillar. And so partnership is focused on building relationships with the accessibility community. And so we can partner with organizations that focus on accessibility. We give back to the community. We partner with users with different abilities to provide insight and feedback. And so this kind of overlaps a little with something, if we think about doing usability testing, this is an opportunity for us to partner with the accessibility community. Although we don't only have to partner in ways where we are getting something back, right? We can give back to those organizations. We can donate, we can do that. But the idea is that we have a relationship with the community. And so we're not just creating things for them and giving it to them, but what we are doing is partnering with them and working together with the accessibility community to create something that is useful. This also helps us to create a feedback channel, an informal feedback channel, especially if we're partnering in constant communication with the accessibility community. But also part of this is really creating a formal feedback channel within our organization. So things like making sure that we have player support team that has a ticketing or phone number or some sort of feedback channel that constantly exists for the accessibility community. Compliance and auditing is another pillar. And so again, as I mentioned, this is kind of where traditionally most of our programming around accessibility has focused. Compliance and auditing is a very easy place to start. And it's not wrong to start there, but we have to expand beyond that. And so compliance and testing talks about really assessing and maintaining compliance with legal accessibility standards. I'll expand this point to say that it doesn't have to be legal. It could be your organizational standards also. So you may have internally within your organization created a set of standards. And so compliance and auditing will focus on maintaining compliance with legal and organizational standards, and then making sure we document and report on your compliance status. That could be done internally, but also externally, so that the community at large, both the accessibility community and the general public, has an idea of where we stand in terms of compliance, what we're working on, what we have mastered or what we have done, what we're really good at, what we still have work to do on. And this is often a tricky one too, because it requires a space of honesty and vulnerability as an organization. So you have to be willing to put yourself out there and kind of say, hey, we are not really doing a good job at this. And hey, we're doing a really good job at this thing. But it requires us to kind of call ourselves out in a way and provide transparency to our users and our players around what we're good at and what we're not good at, and where we stand and where we still have work to do. So the next pillar is communication. And what this really focuses on is communicating program status within the organization. And so we need to make sure that our organizational leadership, the general organization, knows where we are, what we're doing. This is also around communicating compliance status. And as I said, this is both internally and externally, and then really communicating our accessibility approach. So our plans and our wins. This is especially important for the accessibility community. I think we have to do a good job at making sure that we talk about our approach, we talk about what we're doing well, we talk about what we're not doing well. And really, this is where we can shed a light to the world at large about what we're doing, why this work is important to us, and what plans we have when it comes to accessibility. So our last pillar is education and training. And this really focuses on building internal knowledge within the organization through curriculum and through courses. And this can be something that we create internally in the organization and require members of the organization to do. This could be us bringing in third-party consultants, vendors, to kind of conduct training. But the idea here is that we really want to make sure there's a baseline level of knowledge within the organization around what accessibility is, why it's important to us, what we're doing, what our approach to it is, and even some basic knowledge around the standards, whether that be external standards or internal organizational standards. But we really want to make sure we're building the knowledge of what accessibility is. What I found is that it's much easier for us to get people to do the work, to get us to be partners in this, to get us to be advocates in this, if we know what we're doing and if we know what it is. It's hard to go in and say, hey, let's do the work that's required for accessibility when nobody knows what accessibility is or what that word actually means. We also want to build specialized knowledge with functional and discipline teams. And so if you are a designer, we want to help you understand what accessibility means as a designer. What does accessibility mean as a member of the player support team? What does accessibility mean as a member of the development team? Because it means something different in some ways for each of those disciplines. And so we want to make sure that we're providing specialized knowledge around what it means for those functional teams. We also want to establish best practices. There are things that are going to be good for us to do as an organization within each team. And so we want to make sure that that's known and that's documented and that's established. It's an established practice. And so things like using semantic HTML are going to be good for our organization and good for our products. And so if we establish that that is a best practice, then we avoid some of the things that plague us in the accessibility world. And we also get some very easy wins when it comes to accessibility. We also want to document standard operating procedures for processes. So if we look at something like video production or even designing characters in a game, are there standard operating procedures that we can establish that will ensure that these processes create inherently accessible outcomes? If we are including accessibility from the very beginning and we have standard operating procedures, then we automatically create things that are inherently accessible. And a lot of the work of accessibility is done because we have these processes established already. Okay, so why does strategic accessibility work? This approach is proactive versus reactive. And what that means is we are constantly looking forward. What we are not doing is constantly looking back and trying to fix something that is already broken. Which is the problem when we think about compliance and testing as the only approach to accessibility. When we really are proactive instead of reactive, what we do is we, as I mentioned, inherently create things that are inherently accessible. So if we're designing with accessibility in mind and developing with accessibility in mind, when we get to testing, it's almost just something that we need to do because we need to do it and not because we actually think what we create is inaccessible. So we're testing, but we know that the product is already accessible because we've done the things in design and in development to create an accessible product. Strategic accessibility also allows for distributed ownership. So everyone is involved, from the product owner to the playtester or user testing, to the designer, to the developer, to QA. Every single person is involved along the way. Player support, marketing, every single person. So it's distributed ownership. So the burden of ensuring that what we create is accessible is a shared initiative. And so everyone feels like they are owners in this and that they have a part to play in doing this work. In an organization, it allows for buy-in at the highest level. And so when we think about strategic accessibility, we get buy-in at every level. We get buy-in from our management, we get buy-in from our stakeholders, we get buy-in from the individual discipline teams that are doing, or functional teams that are doing the work. But we absolutely get organizational buy-in at the highest level. The end user is allowed to influence the processes and the outcomes. And what this means is that because we partner with the accessibility community and because we do user testing and because we really get their feedback and input, and then even creating a feedback channel, we allow our users and our players to influence what we do, to influence the processes and to influence the outcome and the end products that we have. Because strategic accessibility requires constant evaluation and constant improvement, what we do is that we constantly evaluate the state and maturity of each pillar and program. And this allows us to keep improving, keep doing better, and just really creating accessible outcomes. And it appeals to every angle. So the ethical, this is the right thing to do, the financial, the technical, the legal, the user experience. And so we are attacking accessibility from various angles and making sure that we cover everything. In terms of prioritizing accessibility, we often have to think about impact versus cost versus effort. And so we think of things like, do we do the most popular feature or product first, which may be high impact? Do we do things like the most common disability? That also will give us high impact. Do we do low-hanging fruit, which is low effort, but may not have as high of an impact? And what stage in the product development lifecycle are we? So if we start at the very beginning, if we start in the scoping and the design stages, the effort may be lower. Whereas if we go to development and QA, maybe the effort is higher, because if we get to QA and we find out a product is not accessible or we have to fix something, that requires a lot more effort. We may have to go all the way back to scoping or design to fix that problem. And so the stage in the product development lifecycle will have an impact on how much effort is required at that time. We have to look at things like, what is the cost of doing it now versus doing it later? We all know that the longer we create products that are not accessible, is the more debt, that more technical debt and more literal financial debt that we are creating, because when we have to go back and fix everything, that is going to cost us exponentially more than it would have if we would have done it from the beginning. And so we have to look at things like that as we think about prioritizing accessibility. There's sometimes a need to set hard cutoffs. So things like saying, if we do not pass flash rate testing, then we will not launch this product or feature, is a hard cutoff. It allows us to really think about prioritizing that work. So it is important to us, and we're going to do it because we know that if we do not pass this particular cutoff, then we're not going to launch, and that's going to cost us a lot of money. So it encourages us to do the work upfront and to prioritize accessibility. And then establishing gates and performing reviews in each stage of the cycle, in design and development and QA, really helps us to prioritize accessibility and to understand why it's important, and making sure that the end result is inherently accessible. So as I wrap up, here are a few important reminders. The work of accessibility is never done. This is not a checkbox that we are going to check and say, hey, it's done. We never have to look at it again. We're accessible and that's it. Accessibility is constantly evolving. We're constantly learning more about what our users need, what our players need, and how we can do a better job and give them a better user experience. And so it is never done. We are going to have to keep working at it, and keep making it better and better and improving it as we go along. It's a balancing act. So we have to think of our products. We want fun, we want user focused, we want equitable, we want accessible. And so it's a balancing act between all of those. Something may not be as fun, but may be super accessible and create an equitable user experience. And sometimes we have to figure out what the right trade-off is, what the right balance of each of those is as we create something, especially within the gaming industry. We often want the brightest flash and the quickest movements and all the fun things. And sometimes there's a bit of a trade-off when we think about accessibility. What is the right balance for us? How do we make sure that it's fun, that it's user-focused, that it's equitable, and that it's also accessible? And then accessibility is always evolving. Standards change, standards get updated, standards are improved. We have guidelines, user needs change, hardware changes, software changes. And so as all of this evolves, we have to constantly evolve with it and ensure that we are keeping up and that we are serving our users and serving the accessibility community in the best way possible. And that is it today. Thank you all for listening, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I hope it was very informative for you today.
Thank you so much for that talk. I mean, we literally, sorry, I keep notes because I have problems. um, literally as soon as the talk started, people in the Discord were excited, even just the opening and talking about, existing in places not designed for me. And the impact that had. And, Nikki Crenshaw on Twitter, I think did a great recap, just this, living for the intro, and talking specifically about how Enid was able to leverage her privileges in the space to push for more accessibility. So literally opening up the talk, everyone was in love. We covered everything from, guidelines and guardrails, the true importance of process integration, the combination of both making sure that you're hitting requirements, but also considering the user experience. If you've ever worked on a title trying to hit CVAA guidelines requirements, that's a great example of hitting the requirements may not create a great user experience. And really this message of being proactive, distributed ownership, always evolving, not a checkbox, was something that Discord was really excited about. So thank you so much for that talk. Enid is in the Discord, actively chatting. So if you have any questions, please hit her up. And again, thank you so much for that talk. So we're going to be going into our first long break of the day. Take this time to rest up, stretch. We know that we're dumping a lot of information, so please be sure to take a break. And if you're in person, you can walk around the room and you will see that there are a series of posters. These are actually the IGDA Game Accessibility SIG accessibility posters that we have printed up that you can check out. And if you're online, you can also check them out. They are on the IGDA website. We actually have the files available for anyone to be able to download and print. And there was also talk of merch, like what if you want the sweet Ian hoodie stickers, but you're not going to be here in person. Well, you can also get them from our Redbubble store. We do have t-shirts, stickers, magnets, notepads, teacups. It's the accessibility cup. Look, I'm not proud of it, but you hang out with Ian Hamilton enough and you're going to end up making puns. It's like I actually have the accessibility cup and I absolutely love it. But I'm clearly partial. So please check that out. Like I said, we're going to be having our first break. Relax, keep posting those food pictures in Discord. Please keep up with the pets. The ferrets have continued to be a massive hit. If you have not seen the ferrets in costumes yet, please check it out. It is amazing and adorable. And with that, we will take a break and we will be back at 10:50 a.m. Pacific time. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. I hope you had a great break. I see in person we're starting to mingle. We're starting to make friends. Thanks to all who came and introduced yourself to me. It was great to meet you. I also want to say that I know not everyone, if you need a quiet room, let us know. The staff can show you where the quiet room is. I just realized I was standing in front of the captions, my bad. Also, thank you to in-person attendee Toma for helping us get the captions enlarged for our in-person space. Shout out to Toma. Doesn't even work here. Just doing the Lord's work for us anyway. All right. So I'm really excited about the next talk because it's one of those things of we talk all the time about, literally accessibility isn't a checkbox. Accessibility should be part of the process. It should be accessible design. And that's actually what our next talk is all about. So we are going to have fusing accessibility with game design. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Brian, and I am the developer of Lost and Hound, and I'm going to be taking you through why I think the future of accessibility is fusing accessibility with game design or inclusive design. And I'm going to show you what the industry is doing in this area and what I'm doing, and kind of give you best practices of both, I suppose. Distilled down to its simplest forms, accessibility is really just allowing players to customize how information is sent and received. Accessibility is usually this kind of, arcane term that is very, it's like a blanket term meaning a lot of different things. If we just simplify it, just make it completely simple, all we're really doing is broadening the ways that the game communicates to the player and the player communicates to the game. That's it. That's all it is. Why talk about this? There are resources that outline best practices in accessibility, such as gameaccessibilityguidelines.com, the APX deck from Able Gamers, and they mainly cover user interface and menu settings and that kind of stuff. This will cover the actual guts of what makes a game and how we can bend it and shape it to be designed for inclusivity. Why should I be talking about this? Why me? I'm in a unique position to be the only one that I know of that has designed a full game around accessibility. I'm aware that this is a lofty claim, and I very deeply wish to be wrong about this. Please reach out and tell me if I am, because I would love to know about other developers who wrapped a game around accessibility instead of the other way around. Lost and Hound is a game designed so that people of all bodily ability can play at the same level of enjoyment and success. When I showed the game at PAX East in 2018, I saw a lot of really cool things. I saw a 9-year-old blind girl fly through the demo, and I saw an able-bodied 30-something Souls, Dark Souls fan, hardcore gamer really struggled with it. So that's the goal. The perfectly accessible game is one that designs accessibility into its core structure. It's not a type of game that finishes its development process and then adds accessibility on kind of as an extra feature. People don't know that Lost and Hound has essentially done this until I tell them. That's the goal, in my opinion. That's what we're trying to do. So before we get too much further, I'm actually just going to show a clip of the game, and then we'll move on, and I'll talk about a few other things going on in the industry, and eventually we'll kind of circle back to it. But I don't want to be talking about the game so much without actually showing you what it is. So we'll do that first right now. So here you can see you're playing as the dog, and you are trying to find a scent trail. They're sniffing right now, and the compass up top And the sound shows you where the scent trail is. Here it is again.
Please be okay. Please be okay, baby.
And now you hear that humming sound. That humming sound is what the player has to follow, and at the end of it is the person that they're trying to track, their quarry. Right here you see the player's lost it, and when they go off the scent trail, you can see the colors pale. Look for that. You the scent trail go up, and there's a visual marker on the scent trail once every 25 seconds. You can see the progress bar in the lower right filling back up. When they go off the scent trail, it goes pale, just like right now. All the colors are slightly pale. You can't hear the humming sound. Now you can hear it again. The color vibrancy comes back. And that's how the game works. It's kind of a clue system. The scent trail is like you're following these clues to find somebody at the end of it. Okay, we're back. Commonly forgotten accessibility measures that are embarrassingly simple to implement, or CAFAM tasty for short. But it's not real. Don't remember that. Muscular limitation accessibility. We're just going to really quickly go over very, very basic kind of shortcuts, or not shortcuts, but like a cheat sheet for very, very basic accessibility of the four main types. Simple hand control scheme, remappable controls, safe mode, reflexes made irrelevant. That one's a big one, and we'll be coming back to that a lot. Does the player have to press and hold any buttons? That's also very important. Hearing impairment accessibility, subtitles on all dialogue, including the mood of the spoken text. That's rarely done. And, you know, speaking of which, I actually need to go back into Lost and Found and add that a bit myself, but that's rarely done. Inflection is a big deal. Inflection, you know, really carries a lot of weight into the words. And people who are hearing impaired are not going to get the inflection, so you need to give them the inflection. Subtitle on important sound cues. This is where the word embarrassing comes from in the earlier silly acronym. This is done embarrassingly often. If there's a knock on the door to prompt the player to go to the door, it's often not visually shown. So someone that has a hearing disability isn't going to know what to do. They're just going to be sitting there waiting for a cue given to them. And if you only put that knocking sound, you're not giving them anything. You're not giving a section of your players the information they need to succeed, and that's on you. Phone vibrating and moving could be a solution to this if you can see the phone kind of jiggling back and forth on a desk or whatever while it's ringing. Another big one, heartbeat and ticking clock are often used without any visual stimuli or visual kind of, I don't know, component, pairing component. I don't know how to, you know what I mean. You get it. The heartbeat and a ticking clock, they're often used to imply pressure, and they don't often have visual cues. That's important. Medium and large text size, also important. We all know this, you know, that's one that you get. Vision impairment, accessibility, narration on menus, on UI, on, you know, your journal, if there is one in game, quest objectives, whatever. But also on the actual things in game that you need to get to. The Last of Us Part 2 excelled massively in this. There were radar sounds, is what the blind community calls it. Radar sounds where they need to go. So it tells me, oh, okay, yeah, I need to go over there. The next one is something called an anchor. This is one that I named. I named it that, anchor. So you'll see the next slide. So in Lost and Hound, in the first level, there's a river that bisects the first level. And that's how a blind person can map it out in their head. That's where they start to make a map, is saying, oh yeah, okay, it's on this side of the river. And it's, you know, upstream, whatever. You'll see that in just a minute. Ability to defend self from harm in a 3D game. This is a pretty big deal. And again, you know about all the UI stuff, you know about bigger texts, you know about light colors on darker backgrounds, you know all that stuff. But now we're talking about actual game design. Have you given your player the ability to defend themselves from harm? And something that really succeeds in this, you'll see in 4B there, is blocking in stereo fighting games. Stereo meaning two-channel sound. So if a blind player is playing a fighting game that's in stereo, they know where their enemy's coming from. They know the direction they're coming from, and they know they have the power to protect themselves, to block. Ability to defend self from harm in Lost and Hound, the way that I did it, I'll show you more in depth later. The way that I did it is you can have a companion dog. You choose one every mission, and there are 4. One of them protects you. So this is, and the purpose of that was for this kind of accessibility is, do you give your player the tool to actually defend themselves? And the answer for that one is yes. So this is the level that I was talking about. You can see the river going right through the middle, and that's an anchor because you can hear it from almost everywhere on the level. So the player can use it to map out the level in their mind. And that's a really simple design choice, but we don't, we don't often do it. So now we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of design here. 3 levels of accessibility assistance. The first one is the most common, and it's the explicit, meaning player, do this, XYZ. It's usually done through user interface, UI. You are very common with this. You see tooltips, you see changeable text size. You can see things that accessibility measures that come through text to you, the player. Number 2, this one is not as common. Surface level. It is informative game design, meaning something that is natural to your game world. Telling a player that is disabled, you might want to do this if if that's something that's among your needs. And again, not in a UI way, not in an extra kind of outside of the game way. I'll give you examples of this in the next few slides. And the third one is deep game design, meaning every tool that the player needs to succeed in your game is a core part of the game. This is pretty rare, and I've got examples for this coming up. So number 1, back to explicit. Any source in-game that tells players what they can modify. Tooltips, tutorial text, screen readers, remappable keys, changeable text size, subtitles. This is the most common form of accessibility, so you're very well versed in this. We can just move right on. Surface level game design. This changes the game world somehow, whereas the previous type adds information to the game. Sorry, I'm switching the screen so much. So explicit accessibility adds information. Surface level accessibility changes the game world. If you look down into example A, Rebuild 3, which is a base builder zombie defense game, one of my favorites. It allows for players to switch between real-time strategy or turn-based strategy. That is so important because if you can make the player have the ability to pause time, that adds a massive breadth of accessibility. To give you an example, if there's a cognitive disability, a player due to a disability may need more time to process, may need more time to make their decisions. So if you can take time off the table as something that the players have to deal with, you will create a much more accessible game. Another example is the JRPG genre is among the most popular in audio games, the games for blind people. And the reason for that is because it's turn-based, it's not time-based. So a player can, scroll the screen reader over to their mana, check how much mana they have, check if they have enough for an ability that they're thinking of. Take time off the table and you are taking massive steps forward. Lost and Hound, choice of companion dogs that alter gameplay. I mentioned that a little. I'll mention it in much more detail and show you the slide that lays that out in a moment. Unpacking game mode, allowing objects to be placed anywhere, removing the puzzle aspect. This is another one that opens up accessibility to, opens up the game to a lot of different accessibility needs. And I'll show you that one too in a minute. Phasmophobia, this is one of my favorite games. They just updated its horror game. Phasmophobia is a ghost investigation horror game. And they just added custom game mode. And you can change almost anything that happens in game to your liking, to your preference of how you want to play. And again, I mean, we said this at the beginning, accessibility, good accessibility is just the customization of gameplay, of receiving information and sending information. So Phasmophobia, they made a custom game mode where you can change almost anything. One of them that people are using is they're turning off the hunt phase where the ghost tries to hunt you and kill you. And removing that, suddenly it's this investigation game where people can take their time. Again, time is no longer something that the player has to deal with. And it really opens the game's possibilities up. So this is the first one I showed you, Rebuild 3. If you look in the lower right, there is a clock. That clock represents this game mode, which is real-time strategy. So that clock is elapsing, and the green... so the clock is, obviously a circle, and it is about 70% filled with green, and it's kind of emptying from the top down. So obviously it's showing that time is running out. If you look in the lower right, there's now a pause button. So we've changed the game over to turn-based, which means the player clicks next day when they're good and ready. This is so often overlooked, and it accomplishes so much in making a game accessible. Surface level game design. This is a screenshot from my game, Lost and Hound. So you can choose a companion dog for each mission, and each companion dog changes your game slightly. So if you look at Tiga, he is a protector. He defends Biscuit from harm. Again, if you choose Tiga, he removes time and reflexes as a barrier, or as a progression barrier. This is for any cognitive disability. This is for a muscular or a motor limitation. This is for people that want to play a game and not be inhibited by not being able to press a specific button fast enough. And that's really important. If you look at Luna, she is a sight hound, and she translates all of the the audio information in game to visual. And that's important because scent in the game is represented by sound. That's how it's blind accessible. So Luna takes all of that information that the player is getting through sound, and she switches it over to sight. So instead of hearing a sound that represents the scent trail, if you're far away from where you need to be, if you're off the scent trail, the colors of the game fade very slightly. And I can show you on a clip right here. And Gus is a scent hound, and he will help people who struggle with the trail. So his expertise is both for hearing and vision disabilities. He will just help you do your job better. He's built for both types. And that's what I mean by surface level. So all of this stuff it's native to the game. It's naturally placed within the game. But the design is to tell people with different needs, you can choose this if your needs are this. It's not explicit because it's not saying people with motor disabilities choose Tika. It's saying if you want to be defended from harm, choose Tika. So it's keeping everything in world. It's keeping everything kind of diegetic, I guess. This is unpacking that we talked about a few slides ago. So unpacking has a game mode where you don't have to figure out the exact right place to place every item. And that's what the game's all about. You're literally unpacking from a move, and it tells the story through that. It won most accessible game at the Australian Game Dev Awards in 2021. And this game mode opens it up to, again, a very wide breadth of possible players. Phasmophobia custom game mode allows for time irrelevant investigation, no ghost hunts. going back to that idea that accessibility, when distilled down to its simplest terms, is customization. So now we are in the deep level of inclusive game design. This is something that just isn't done enough. As far as I know, I've done the most work on this. I've built a game around accessibility. I would love to hear about more people who have done this. I have not quite yet. So accessibility was always a part of the game world. So if you think back to that clip in Lost and Hound, you are following a scent trail, and it is represented by sound. It is also represented by the colors fading. So the main mechanic of the game is giving me all the information that I need, whether I am with a vision impairment, whether I'm with a hearing impairment. It doesn't stop me from playing this game at its designed level. And that's where we need to get. So let's go over the mechanics of some other games. So stereo audio in fighting games. For blind accessibility, I mentioned that one earlier. Games not requiring color in their puzzle elements for puzzle blindness. This is another one. If you can design a puzzle element without sound or color coming in one way, meaning, we mentioned that ringing phone. If you can have information coming in both audio and visual channels, if you cannot have color in the puzzle element, you're already designing inclusively. Natural or organic visual cues accompanied by audio. We mentioned that one. And Lost and Hound, the main mechanic. And this is, again, what I spoke on. I really think the next step in accessibility is to abandon retrofitting. I think games are soon going to stop finishing a game and then looking back and saying, how can I make this accessible? Because it's clumsy and it treats accessibility as an afterthought. People who are disabled that are listening to this is nothing new. And there's, I know that you're thinking you've always known this, whereas us able-bodied people are really just discovering it. Accessibility has to have a seat at the table in every design talk from day one. And that's what I've done with Lost and Hound. And that's why, again, I think I have the right to talk to you about this. So features of the game, Lost and Hound, are large, open 3D levels, no time requirements. We talked about time a lot. No scores or encouraged competition. Natural setting for blind accessibility. And this is a big one. Scent tracking dogs don't use their eyes in their work. This is something we need to think about more in games. Is there are a lot of natural settings for accessibility that we're not really taking advantage of. Another one is another game that I'm working on with the team, and it's a submarine game. It's a 4-player co-op, like ecological vigilante game where you're in this rinky-dink sub and you're trying to sabotage, people who are trying to plunder the ocean for wealth, essentially. But again, submarines don't use vision. They use coordinates and they use sonar. And because of that setting, suddenly accessibility isn't an external force. It's not an external process, I guess would be better. It's part of the game. It's part of the natural design of the game world that's kind of already there, to allow blind people to play it. Has a Watson. So what I mean by this is and it's a very clever narrative design choice because, Watson's a doctor and he's smart and he's really, really clever. So if I'm reading about this doctor that has no clue what's going on, I don't feel dumb as the reader because obviously I can't ask Sherlock those questions. So Watson does for me. But if this guy doesn't get it, it's fine that I don't get it, right? But the fact is, he's a narrative design choice that exists to add more kind of layman information, I guess. And Lost and Hound has that. I kind of recognize that for what it was. And the trainer, your owner, you play as the dog in Lost and Hound, but your owner follows you around and he kind of points this stuff out. And he points things out, not necessarily that you don't know, but that a blind person wouldn't see. So he adds a lot of color to the story simply because he's kind of an external narration force, just like Watson in the book. Example of accessibility fused with the core game design.
What if he... What if...
Walking away from the trail now, walking off the trail, you see the colors pale. And you hear the sound come back.
What if he... What if...
So I talked before about specifically how Luna works, as in she is the companion choice that assists with hearing accessibility. And this is how she does it. So you can see the colors are pale, and as Biscuit walks back onto the trail, the colors will deepen in vibrancy. Yep, there it goes. And Luna will also have the added clues of footsteps and other things like bent blades of grass that, you heard about this earlier. Yeah, the footsteps right there they are. So she adds visual information that isn't there with any other choice. And this one is Tiga. This one is Tiga. See that? You can see that here. I'll just show you what that means. Walk right up to a snake that would restart the level with any other character, and he scares it away. So we'll chase away the snakes. I just want to mention this, even though it's kind of not quite on topic, but I try to mention this in every one of my presentations because it's just so rarely mentioned. I don't think I've seen another presentation with it, not that I can remember. Microsoft or Xbox has something called Copilot mode, and it's taking two controllers and it's streaming them into one output. It allows for two players to play one character games like God of War, whatever, Assassin's Creed, whatever. Which means, you can kind of replay some of these one-player games with a friend with a severe disability that wouldn't be able to play it otherwise. It also allows for one player to use two controllers, whereas if there is a motor disability and the hands can't be close together to hold a controller, they can be far apart and the player can use two controllers. So to wrap everything up, I haven't really seen this talked about yet, and I think we're coming to kind of a more evolved and a more refined time in game accessibility, and we're going to start to see things like this more and more. I think, we need to begin considering the aesthetics of accessibility. We're at the point now where if a game has accessibility measures at all, we're thrilled. Great. It's a cause to celebrate, but we have more that we could be doing. We've done. It's kind of these two conflicting thoughts. We've done more than we've ever seen before in terms of how far we're getting in accessibility in games. That's point one. Point two is we have so much more work to do. Right. We're slowly moving towards a point where we have to consider the quality and aesthetics of our accessibility measures. A hard truth we have to face is that accessibility can be patronizing, especially the more UI focused it is. The purpose of UI based accessibility is to say, hey, you're different than most gamers and you need your other stuff. Here's the other stuff. Again, it's awesome when a game has UI accessibility, but it still evokes a sense of other. And if we can get rid of that, that's a massive step forward too. It's a kind of feeling like we shouldn't be upset that someone's come to the party late. We should just be happy that they're here at all. But at the same time, if you can use this kind of deep design idea as opposed to a UI-based accessibility communication system, your players are going to thank you for it. What if we could still provide a player what they need without fragmenting them from the able-bodied community? The more you design accessibility into your game, the less you'll have to provide explicit instruction, and the less patronizing your communications will be. So what all of this goes down to is make accessibility a priority from the beginning. Your game is going to have a wider audience. It's going to have a more diverse audience, and it's going to be more satisfying to your able-bodied players. And that's a point we don't talk about enough, is accessibility is the fulfilling of needs. You know, it is the customization of gameplay. Able-bodied players want that too. You know, you've seen and heard the statistics about how the more accessible a game is, usually the higher rating it has in terms of AAA games on Metacritic or whatever. And that's because fully able-bodied people like subtitles. You know, they like customizable font sizes. They like different game movement schemes. So the more customization your game has, the more your players are going to like it. Accessibility is not, you know, making your game accessible to players of different abilities. It is making a much wider and much more enthusiastic fan base accessible to your content. So if you want to find me on Twitter, Instagram, whatever, here's all my information. I love talking about this stuff. I love talking shop. Please reach out to me and let's, you know, have a conversation. Let's see how we can get your game more accessible. Let's start a dialogue, and I hope this was helpful. Thank you.
I think Morgan did the best at summarizing this talk. TLDR, accessible design is good design. All right, great. We got it. We'll just wrap up the conference. No, but I loved how there was the highlight in kind of talking about 3 types of accessibility, like explicit, surface level, and deep. And some accessibility can be things that people optimize or add into, but I keep standing in front of my captions. Sorry, Morgan. What am I saying? I'm sorry, that's rude. It's fine. I'm going to make more fun of her later before she goes to give her presentation. I will regret this in the future, but it's fine. You know, I really want us to, there was this abandoned retrofitting. Like, yes, as games, we started out behind in accessibility. We made a game and then we're like, oh shit, people can't play it. Like, what can we just glue on to the end to fix it? And so I kind of love that as an industry, we are maturing and we are being intentional and inclusive from the beginning, rather than getting to the end of the game development process and realizing that we've created gaps that now need filled. So thank you so much for this talk. If you want to check out the game, it is on Steam, available for purchase, and we will be taking a short break and then we'll be back with our first panel of the conference. Thank you. There we are. Okay, where captions? Captions. There we go. Sorry, captioner. I caught you before you were ready. You didn't know. I didn't mean to be mean. Our captioning team is absolutely phenomenal. So just so you know, we do have actual manual captions. So we have a real person typing all of this in real time. So let's give a shout out to our captioner. And of course, we'll give a proper thank you later, but thank you to our wonderful interpreters. You guys do great work. We've actually been using these interpreters since the before times, the in-person event, and they're phenomenal. So we keep working with them. All right, so we are getting ready to go into our first panel of the event. We always have two panels, and one of them is always by gamers with disabilities themselves, talking about their personal lived experience and gaming. For this year, we decided we wanted to do it a little bit different. Normally, we'll have a group of gamers who have similar disabilities talking about their experiences. We've had a low vision panel, we've had a deaf panel, but this year we actually changed it a little bit to instead focus on a type of gameplay and then have a supporting cast of gamers with disabilities talking about that type of gameplay experience for them. So mobile accessibility and mobile gaming is obviously becoming a bigger and bigger topic, especially with cloud gaming and streaming to mobile devices. So I'm excited to kick off this year's panel about mobile accessibility and gaming. So thank you so much.
Hey everyone, welcome to our panel today on mobile gaming accessibility. I'm Kyle Abbott, QA analyst for Lost Boys, also born with a cerebral palsy and have mobility issues or condition. And so I'm here today to kind of lead our panel on mobile gaming accessibility, and we'll kind of go through introductions, and Jesse will start us off.
Sure, thank you. My name is Jesse Anderson. I am legally blind. Have been all my life. I've been a gamer all my life pretty much as well, since the Atari 2600 days. Really got hooked on the NES. I run the illegally cited YouTube channel, Twitch stream, and website. And also by day, I work as an assistive technology specialist for the state of Minnesota.
All right, thank you, Jesse. Alicia?
Hi, I'm Felicia or Alicia Pren. I've been also legally blind since birth. I was born with cataracts, but they were removed when I was 25, but that didn't really do anything. The Finnish government considers me 90% disabled and having 2% vision, so take that for what you will. I've been working in the Finnish game industry for almost 7 years. I was one of the first people in Finland to talk about game accessibility. I'm an avid mobile gamer. I'm also a DJ, I make Eurodance, and yeah, I have a ton of different kind of hobbies and things that relate to both games and music, and I am super happy to be here.
Awesome, thank you. And Shell?
Hi, everybody. I'm Shell Little. My gender pronouns are she, her. I am an independent accessibility specialist, inclusive designer, and public speaker. I'm currently on a burnout recovery sabbatical, but I continue to focus my time on speaking and writing. I am a big gaming nerd. I stream on Twitch casually under the handle Sister Paws, and am a big mobile gamer as well. Excited to be here. I have cognitive disabilities that affect gameplay for me, as well as some hypermobility issues that do affect my hands and wrists. So those are kind of where my barriers come from in gaming. Excited to be here as well.
Awesome, thank you. I guess we'll start off with our first question: how our disability affects mobile gaming, and what mobile devices makes them different, better, or worse than gaming on other platforms. I'll kind of go a little bit real quick and talk about, usually I like to play games where my phone can be vertically, because where it mounts on my wheelchair, it's Velcroed, and so I can only play with it like up and down. And so horizontal games where you have to hold two hands or whatever is really difficult. for me. So anything where I can play vertically or have the option to play vertically versus horizontal orientation makes it super easy for me. And then other platforms, I always have my phone on me. Like it's always mounted on my chair. So it's like it's so easy. The ability to access it at all times is makes it pretty great. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, well, being legally blind myself, I play a lot of games, PC, console, but I do play quite a few mobile games as well. The main difference for me, though, is, of course, you're talking mobile, so you have a smaller screen. Playing it on even a large phone, I have a 13 Pro Max, iPhone 13 Pro Max, and even with a large screen, some games can be harder to see, especially if they have really small text or a lot of small user interface items, that kind of a thing. When I play mobile games, especially like iOS type of games, I will typically start on my iPad because it's generally a larger screen. And then if I need to, learn the game, learn the interface, or read any tutorials, that kind of a thing, it's generally a lot easier to do. And then if I find the game is more, that I think it would be easy enough to see more mobile, then I will continue to play it on my phone, that kind of a thing.
Hi, all right, Lisa, go ahead next.
Yeah, so for me, obviously the bigger the screen, the better. So I currently play on a Samsung Galaxy S21 Plus Ultra, and I'm super happy with the screen size. In the past, I had a Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus. I've basically only had Samsung Galaxy phones for the past 11 years or so. When I lived in the States, I had first a T-Mobile Sidekick 3. I'm that old. And then I had a G1 Google phone thingy. And I found playing games, especially on the Google phone, super difficult. But I found that the Galaxy series phones, especially the Ultras and the Pluses and whatever else, the screens have been big enough that I can kind of be independent, but then at the same time, a lot of tutorials and things, as Jesse mentioned, I find myself needing to, I find myself needing to take screenshots of the text and then go into my gallery app and then zoom in. So yeah, I would say I've tried iPhones before. I have for work and iPhone 13 Pro, but I still find, for example, that screen to be too small to really meaningfully play much of anything. So for me, the bigger the screen, the better. And of course, if a game would have the zoom option, that'd be great, but it's quite rare for a game to have that, especially in, tutorial or text modes. But just being able to zoom or take a screenshot, even though it breaks the immersion, is still better than nothing.
Totally
Yeah,
agree.
for sure. I agree. Go ahead, Shel.
Yeah, so for me, I guess issues that come to gaming, overstimulation, be it physical or cognitive. So because it is a smaller screen, games are trying to communicate just as much information. So a lot of times it can become visually overstimulating if there's too much movement, too many effects going on at once, too many calls to action. I find that sometimes in games where it's just there's too much going on. I do find it interesting too. A lot of times mobile games require, for the games that I like to play, I play a lot of simulation games, a lot of puzzle games. They require a lot of tapping, and the tapping for me, my fingers will get overstimulated. So then I have to switch over to a stylus tool. So a lot of times games I have found that have been really helpful where it's a lot of tapping in the beginning, and then you can level up and then have to be less active. So for an example, playing a game that has like an assembly line of cats, because that's who I am as a person, and eventually you have to click a lot less and things become automated. But I think a big thing is the ability to turn off sound effects. A lot of games love to, every time you tap, it makes a noise, and that gets so overstimulating for me. So I think when it comes to mobile games, I think the overstimulation is kind of the biggest barrier for me oftentimes.
Yeah, I can feel that because I feel like a lot of these, sometimes the games are trying to be like casino games where they have so many flashing lights and different things that come at you. And so trying to attract you to when different things pop up when you achieve certain milestones or achievements in the game. Little side note question. What device do you prefer a device, whether it be Android or iPhone, that you feel it allows it to be more accessible for the game? Because I've only had iPhone for like years, and I don't know, like maybe y'all have both or only you like one or the other. Anybody can go if anybody would like. Well, let's go Jesse again.
Yeah, I primarily for mobile gaming, I primarily use iOS, iPhone, iPad. I do have a Android phone. I used to have an Android tablet, but that's been kind of out of date for a while. So I've kind of dabbled in both. I generally find like the overall accessibility, especially some of the built-in accessibility features like voiceover and Zoom and things like that, I find to be a little bit more consistent on iOS. But I think both platforms are actually getting quite a bit better.
Yeah, awesome. Alicia.
So I've only ever had Android phones until about a year ago when, for testing purposes at work, I got an iPhone 13 Pro, and I've barely used that phone. I feel really guilty about it because, it is for work and I should be, testing and trying things out. But I have ADHD, so sometimes learning new things can be a little bit difficult, and especially learning new technology can very quickly become overstimulating, especially if I have to figure out, okay, where are the accessibility menus? How does this all work, etc. And the screen is small, which is demotivating from the start, if that makes any sense. So, on Android, I know how to set things up. I know how to especially on Samsung phones, I know how to force enlarged fonts and things like that. So I think in my case, I just go with what I know. And I'm sure like iOS, as Jesse said, does like amazing things in terms of Zoom and stuff. But because I've never used it really before, it's really hard for me to get into it. And I think I would need to sit down with like another blind person who could like actually help me figure things out, because I just have no idea, and it's really hard for me to learn as such.
Yeah, I
for
will
sure.
say, oh, sorry, I will say that I do like the way that Android does its magnification gestures a little bit better, because the iOS one is a little clunky, but I really like voiceover on iOS. It works really well.
Yeah, for sure. I don't have any experience with the low vision accessibility features, but those sound useful at least. Go ahead, Shell.
Yeah, I'm just an Android user. Like I've never owned an iOS product before. So I think what Alicia said about like go with what you know. I will say for me, a feature that I really need is because due to a brain injury, I'm sensitive to blue light. So I have red light filters running on every it's right now on my computer, on every device. And I do appreciate that it's a separate app, so I have the control to take it way past where a lot of times like nighttime, they have those built into a lot of OSs now where it's like nighttime mode. I don't need nighttime mode. I need brain injury mode. So I need to be able to crank it up way past where somebody would want it. And oftentimes, because it is an Android app, because it works so well with the settings in Android, it's able to override a lot of games. So I am able to still play it. Like if a game won't let me run my filter on it, I cannot play the game. And I have my phone for my Android. I have one that has like a second screen. It opens up. The second screen will not run the red light filter. I can't use that second screen, which really stinks because there's some games that are apparently fun to play with the open screen. So for me, it's Android. Nothing against OS, just never owned any iOS products.
What's the name of the red light filter in case people want to know at home?
Oh, yeah. The one that I use on my PC is Flux, and the one that I use on my cell phone is Twilight. And both of those run really, really well for me. Depending on, some of them have like settings that it can get darker at night. So like I'm more prone to migraines at a certain time, so I can turn up the light automatically for myself, which is pretty cool.
Awesome, cool. I haven't heard of those, so I might have to try it. I've heard of Flux, but not Twilight. So I might have to try it for my phone at least. Moving on, we'll go with what mobile game has the least barriers for you and why, and what makes them accessible. For me, I've been playing, I discovered like this, there's a genre that got really popular called Vampire Survivors on Steam.
Yes.
And it's like a bullet hell where you move around. And so now like mobile games have picked that up on that genre.
Ooh.
And Survivor.io is pretty one of the ones that I've been playing. And so you can like just hold your finger and move your character around. The controls are pretty easy for a mobile user. It does require lots of fast-paced movement. It is continuous movement for like, because the levels are so long, like 15, you get to survive for like 15 minutes, like playing constantly. It's definitely a lot harder. and get tiring a little bit easier, but I've been enjoying that. I do play some like TFT and Hearthstone, and sometimes because those card games are easy just to click and drag, even though you have to play, if I can have someone put the game sideways or whatever on my phone or whatever, then I can play it. But I don't usually, if I'm by myself, I won't play games where I have to have it, where I have to have the phone horizontal for me. Jesse, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, glad you mentioned Vampire Survivors, and I did not know about that mobile version. I will definitely have to check that out because early this year I was really hooked on some Vampire Survivors. I'm going to kind of split things into kind of two categories because I do follow both like mainstream visual games, and then I also kind of follow, voiceover accessible or audio games. And so a few visual games that I typically have been playing. I really like the classic Jetpack Joyride. It's been out for ages. It's been updated consistently, and they just came out with a sequel for Apple Arcade that I've been pretty hooked on. It's kind of an endless runner. You're going to the right, and you're just dodging things, collecting coins, and there's actually the second one is more level based, so that one's really fun. Visually, it's pretty clear. Another one that I really that I keep coming back to is Threes. It's kind of this sliding tile game where you match numbers and you try to get the tiles to the highest numbers you can. It's very, again, low vision friendly. There's large numbers. You have a light and a dark theme if you want. The contrast is generally really good. And I do apologize if you happen to hear a weed whacker in the background, because apparently now is the time they decided that was a good idea. But yeah, those are a couple. And then I've been playing like like the Super Mario Run, and even like the Mario Kart what is it, Mario Kart Tour I think it's called for iOS. I've been playing that a little bit on my iPad. Blind accessible games, I totally have to mention a few. Unfortunately, they're no longer available, but I really have to again give a shout out to the Something Else games that were on iOS for a long time, and everybody loved those. They used binaural audio, they used like the gyro sensors, the touchscreen, just did really cool immersive audio games on iOS, and one of the first ones that I really remember taking off. Things like Audio Defense, Zombie Arena, Papa Sangre 1 and 2, the Nightjar, and so sad they're not available anymore. I would love to see them come back and like put them into Apple Arcade or something. A couple other ones that are available. There's one called Fear, Feer, Running Blind, and it's kind of a forward, like first-person endless runner, and they have different themes. There's like a haunted, like a zombie one. There's a kind of a robotic mechanical one. It's just a really cool, really fun game. Blind Drive is also really interesting, kind of an arcadey type of racing type of thing. And the last one that I want to shout out is Swordy Quest, which is a mobile RPG. It's a mainstream game, and it's very visual. Like there's a lot of graphics, a lot going on visually, but this developer has done, I believe it's a one-man developer, and he's just done a fantastic job of making the game not only voiceover accessible, but intuitive to play and get around all the visual screens and interfaces. Just an excellent job.
Yeah, thank you. That's a lot of games to go through. I'll have to go through.
Yeah, sorry.
Check those out. And to my list. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, so I play a lot of match threes because I
Yes.
am not colorblind. So for me, they're actually quite easy since I'm focusing only on colors. So they're not overstimulating at all. They're very much just, the most kind of low barrier, low effort game for me. The one match three that I played the most, I'm not going to plug due to current global events, but I now play a lot of Mittens, which is a Netflix game. I really enjoy. It's a lot of fun. Again, you're just matching, and then when you match things, you get a certain amount of points, and then you can get different crocheted things for your cat. It's very cozy. But in general, match games, or match three games, they provide me with I don't know, kind of the easiest entry barrier I was thinking quite a lot about this question actually, because I play a lot of Pokemon Go, but in thinking about this question, I realized that even though Pokemon Go is arguably the game that I play the most, it's also one of the hardest games I play, and a game that gives me probably the hardest time as a visually impaired player. So I can't say Pokemon Go, unfortunately, in terms of barriers. I play a lot of low threshold sensory games as well. So Wordle or block. I think the game is called Block Doku or something, where you're kind of like just trying to fill in different squares. I play quite a lot of these because not only are they, low stimulation for me, but they're also games that, the Block Doku one that I play, it's blue blocks on a white background, so it's super easy to see. And for me, a lot of times when I'm playing a mobile game, it's very much, I'm on the tram and I want something to play, or I'm, sitting at a bar and I'm super bored while my friends are arguing. I want something to play, So those low threshold, low stimulation games are a super big help. Sometimes I also play like classic games. Like I play a lot of backgammon on my phone, which makes me sound like I'm 80,000 years old. But that's also for me quite easy because again, you have black pieces and you have white pieces. So you can at least for me, I can very easily see. I think the running theme in all of this is anything that is high contrast is easy. Like y'all talked about, these kind of bullet hell games or whatever and RPGs on the phone. I think for me, they'd probably be impossible just because there's a lot of things to see, a lot of small details, I could never. But it's really interesting to hear that Jesse likes those games, and it just shows how, being visually impaired and low vision, it's such a spectrum, because I could never imagine myself playing a game like that. So that's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. The cross pollination, I guess, of the games that we all play is cool to talk about and to experience. Shell, go ahead.
Yeah, so for me, when it comes to mobile games, a lot of times I find myself understimulated watching, say, a show, and it's not giving me enough. So then I'll pull up my phone and play a passive game on top of that. What's really interesting about panic disorders is, which I'm finding more and more these days, is your body doesn't know if it's stress from the fun of a video game or stress from like a panic thing. So for me, I'm playing very cozy games these days. I also play match 3 games, and I like simulation games and puzzles. So a puzzle game that I really love was the Monument series. It's an MC Escher style visual kind of brain warping. But what I like about games is that like low stakes and you can walk away from them whenever. Games that lock you in for certain times, I can't play those personally. So I really appreciate games where you're able to just, make a couple moves and then walk away for puzzle platformers or puzzle games. I also like to play a game. It's called Water Sort. So it's like you get a bunch of different vials and they have different colors and you have to, pour the water in. So like these nice puzzle games where you're able to just kind of pick away at them. And if you fail, you just restart. I think for me, the kind of the simpler the game, the more self-explanatory the game, the better for me as to not get overwhelmed and not to get overstimulated. I do unfortunately struggle. Some of my favorite games are actually ruined by the ad interfaces, which can be just so overstimulating when you've got ads running in the bottom. Like if you want to pause my game and say, watch this ad for 30 seconds, that's quite different than I'm going to continuously have a rolling ad at the bottom of this puzzle game where you're trying to focus. Those end up being pretty big barriers for me. But I have found, a lot of times these games are coming out with paid versions, so you can get rid of that. So I actually got a game back that had been dead to me because I was able to pay like $1.99 and get rid of the really annoying rolling banner of ads that were just going and going. So that's really cool. But yeah, another game that I love is Cats and Soup. It's just like really great passive simulation games. You get cats, they make you soup. And a story. It's great. But yeah, it's interesting watching these games kind of evolve. A lot of the games I play are constantly being updated, and you're like, they can add a feature that can ruin the game for you, and then the next update it goes away and you're back to being able to play. So it's pretty interesting that way. But yeah, I would definitely say most accessible game would be Monument for me.
Is it okay if I jump in?
Yeah, go
Because
ahead.
Yeah, I have a thought too. Go ahead.
yeah, Shell touched on something that I also really struggle with, and that is I have no problem with games that have, running ads or watch this ad and get, 100 free, whatever, or, just making me force watch it. But the second there's ads on the bottom, ads on the top, anything that I could accidentally confuse for part of the game, is really stressful. And I think the worst is when ad companies kind of know that, okay, they have a banner space in a game that's a certain amount of pixels, and they try to make that banner look like something else. So I click on it thinking it's a part of the game, and then it's actually an ad. And it makes me feel like, first of all, it makes me feel bad because I literally work in mobile games, right? Like I should know better, but it makes me feel deceived, like, oh, they're purposely targeting people as dumb as me to click on these ads. And then it makes me upset with both the ad provider, the company that, put the ad there, and then also the game, knowing that they're allowing kind of these specific, like predatory things that are meant to trick people who aren't paying attention to thinking it's, somehow part of the UI. It can make you feel super bad. And I will quite often, I'll pay up to like $10 to not have ads if it's a game that I really like, just to not get tricked, basically, because it makes you feel stupid.
Yeah, the UI pop-ups too, that like in a game that you have to constantly get rewards, so you're constantly tapping the screen, and then they'll be like, and they'll throw it in there. It feels quite insulting, where it's like, learn our game so we can trick you. It gets really frustrating. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad you brought that up because I was trying to think of how to do that. Yeah, I mean, I am fully willing to pay for a game. I understand a lot of things are going free to play, or like service type of games and stuff, whether it's mobile or PC or console. But like, I agree with everything you both said about some of these predatory. Like you learn how to play the game, and then they kind of trick you for part of the interface, or just even like being able to play the game, like you said, I'm really willing to pay a few bucks to unlock, to both A, support the game because I like it, and B, to get rid of the ads. But like, just as much as accessibility, I think it's almost 50-50 for me. It's become to the point, especially in mobile games now, where I actively look at how aggressive the microtransactions and like pay to win and all those types of schemes are, because it's like, either you have to worry about a bunch of timers or endless grinding, or there's just things that are really stacked against you. And so if there's a game that I would ordinarily like, but if it's way too aggressive with like 18 currencies and all this kind of stuff, I will stop playing it almost immediately, because I'm like I said, I'm all for supporting a game financially, but I've just really hated seeing that trend in gaming overall the last several years.
Yeah, I think the monetization trends in mobile and the gotcha mechanics, especially with like the popularity of Genshin Impact and the popularity of Candy Crush and all those styles.
It's infesting console and PC games as well.
Yeah, especially in the industry as a whole. Kind of moving on to the next question. How do you guys go about choosing mobile games, and then like what features do you look for, what genres do you look for, as well as maybe even how long do you give a game like a trial period of like, do I, maybe it may not be might as accessible as you think from the beginning, and then you play it, oh, maybe it's more accessible. So kind of walk us through what goes into choosing and how long you play. Jesse, go first.
Sure. It's for visual games, I kind of look at, what people might recommend online. Maybe I'll see something listed in the App Store, or, there's a few YouTube channels that I'll follow that cover some mobile games. I'm like, oh, that actually looks interesting, and so I'll try it there. For blind accessible games, I look at AppleVis a lot. The AppleVis website is a really good one. But really, I look for games that really take specific advantage of mobile. Again, I like the match 3 games too. I got so hooked on Puzzle Quest back in the day. But I look for games that use the mobile platform well, that aren't just like shoehorning PC and console games onto mobile with like virtual touchscreen controls that emulate a controller. Those just never really work well. So things that use, taps and simple gestures, something that I can pick up and play for a few minutes, or, play for hours while I listen to my podcasts or audiobooks or something. Those are the type of things that, like, a lot of the type of games that everyone else has been mentioning. I'm like, I'm gonna have to look up some of these because they sound interesting. But again, being able to see things clearly, avoid small text and small UI. If it has voiceover support, so I can use a screen reader to access any text areas. And then again, I also really look at what is the monetization scheme and ad. Like, can I pay to get rid of ads, or can I, just when I get the game or buy the game, can I play it when and how I want?
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Leisha, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Jesse is maybe much more methodical than I am. I just go to kind of like the top charts on Google Play. I see what people, in Finland or wherever else are playing. I'll download it, and if I can play it, I can play it, and if I can't, I'll delete it. So I'll give it, a solid couple of minutes, and if in that couple of minutes I don't struggle and I have fun, then I keep going. If I struggle, if I can't see anything, if I find that my immersion is being broken because I need to constantly, find workarounds for how to read the text, or if, in other ways it's just not visually possible for me to play, then I delete and I move on. So, because I found that, my vision and the way it works is so unique, I guess. Like, there are plenty of people who are born with cataracts, but I've never it's really hard for me to read, even like Audio Gamers, the forum, which is amazing, by the way. It's really hard for me to kind of like find recommendations even there. It's the only way I can really know is if I download it myself. So I don't really have a set list of criteria beyond, can I play it? Is it difficult? And if I can play it and it's not difficult and I have fun in the process, then I'll keep playing. And if not, I will uninstall and move on.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great thing. You can kind of install and move on as you choose, and depending upon how the game brings you in or pulls you away. Shall go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a bit like Leisha. I just, just try it out. For me, I take like game recommendations from friends. I think the biggest thing for me as coming to like, unpacking my own internalized ableism of just being like, oh, you suck at games. It's like, no, I don't suck at games. There's just barriers for me. I think the biggest thing for me was walking away from games that are just so inaccessible. They're probably never going to be fun for me. And that's kind of like, it's weird to think about, like, do I pick the games I pick because I actually like them, or because they're the ones that have the least barriers? Whereas, like, I can't necessarily play, like you guys talking about the vampire survival games, where it's just like my partner's a huge Path of Exile player. That's just way too much for me. And would I like that game if it wasn't too much? I don't know. So for me, I am looking for those simulation games, those, those simple puzzle games or match 3 games. It's kind of like whatever tickles the fancy, I guess. Like, I like games that are cute, okay? So like if it's got a chubby cat on the freaking cover, it's a most likely download for me. But for me, I do give it the first couple rounds. I really struggle to get through tutorials because of my ADHD and because of just feeling overwhelmed sometimes. If your tutorials are like too overwhelming, I'll dump the game and uninstall. So for me, it's like, I have to see, like, am I getting serotonin from this? Is the effort I'm putting in to trying to learn this game, is it worth it? Because oftentimes it's not. Like, learning it is so overwhelming that I just can't get even to the fun part, which really sucks with mobile games. It's true for board games for me as well. So I think that tutorial phase is kind of make or break for me. A big thing too, like in terms of settings and things that we look for, if I'm not able to turn off random sound effects or like tapping sound effects, like it's those kinds of settings where it's like, can I make it less flashy? Can I make it less, glitter in your face? Can I, crank it down so it's a little bit less visually overstimulating, and oftentimes auditorially overstimulating? Because it gets frustrating when people are like, just mute the game, when I'm like, well, but there's sound cues that I need in the game as well. So is, and that's just another thing for accessibility. Like if you would have visual cues as well as sound cues, then maybe I could mute the phone and then I could still play the game without losing out on some of the functionality. So those are kind of the settings I look for. But yeah, I think I'm probably the worst person on this panel for abandoning games. Like I have a graveyard that is endless, like of just games that I've just thrown out. So, but yeah, that's kind of what I look for.
I feel like it's also like it's good because you can like just download and try and then throw it away. Like most of the games are free to play depending upon what it is, and so you can just like download, try it, and then depending upon the tutorial or whatever the area barrier to entry is, you can just move on. And there's millions of mobile games out there that you can just try and see what you find. And I agree with you on the part of like, I feel like when the settings, not all mobile games have a lot of settings you can customize. And so even the phone setting overrides the game setting. And sometimes they don't always work together in tandem and they fight each other. And so it can be very difficult with that as well. We're closing in. I think we've got a little over 10 minutes left over. I think we'll hit our last question. If there's any last words or advice for mobile developers on games or in apps in general that you would like to pay it forward. Jesse, go ahead.
Well, I guess the main thing that I would say is if you are interested in making your game more accessible, please feel free to reach out to people with disabilities, not just at the end of the development process, but early on, because the earlier it starts getting implemented, the easier it will be to add. And people with disabilities are definitely happy to reach out or to help make their games accessible, because we want to play them too. And just a little quick, cheap plug or whatever. I know we didn't get to touch on due to time things like the Switch and the Steam Deck, which people also kind of consider mobile, but both of these platforms are also, they lack a lot of accessibility features. I'm glad the Switch has a magnification feature, but really nothing else. And the Steam Deck, which I just got a few weeks ago, is an awesome system, but there's no accessibility whatsoever. So please, pretty please make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. My brother was looking to get one, but I don't know if I'll pick one up. Go ahead, Leisha.
Oh gosh, I'm so happy Jesse mentioned the Switch, because for me, when I think of mobile, obviously I think of phones and tablets and pads, but like, yeah, of course, the Switch is also a mobile game, and that's what I play more than anything. Animal Crossing, Pokemon, everything. And yeah, it's true. There's there's very little accessibility on the Switch. In Animal Crossing, I had to resort to custom designs and things, laying them down on my island to make it more accessible. It's quite silly. So yeah, I would say, to piggyback off of what Jesse said, don't just include people with disabilities in the dev process, but pay them. Like, don't just have these ideas and go on Able Gamers or Audio Gamers or whatever and ask for advice. Like, hire consultants who are disabled, because we traditionally face much higher levels of unemployment than the general population. So employ us, pay us, treat us like human beings, treat us like any other consultant. You might pay lots of money for a business consultant, and then think that you'll get accessibility consulting for free. And that's just not how these things work. So, treat us like the professionals and the experts that we are, and include us in the process. And that's it.
Yeah, that's a really great advice. Go ahead, Shel.
Yeah, that's a great call out. That was the call out I was going to make too. Is like, yeah, I do a lot of user experience research for games and cognitive accessibility. I love doing it. It's super, super great. The people who do a lot of the UXR or like XR, they really give a shit. Like, you could tell they do, because they are going out of their way to make sure they're doing any sort of user experience, but then also talking to disabled players as well, which is really cool. So we are enthusiastic about trying to make your games better, because we do want to benefit from accessibility being thought of. I think I don't really know. I don't have any like wise sage advice because it is such a broad spectrum. But I will say, start by thinking of your players, especially in mobile. I think like I talk a lot about cognitive accessibility, but to be honest, some of my biggest barriers for mobile are physical. I can't hold a phone for very long, and my fingers get overstimulated. I can't tap. So when we're talking about the Switch, for example, I actually had to buy a gaming keyboard and a gaming mouse for my Switch, which is super cool. They have those out there now. And then like on PC, I play on a Razer Tartarus Pro, which I call my Gauntlet, and it's a left-handed like keyboard system, so that I cannot hold controllers anymore. So I think thinking about players who have physical disabilities who play games, as well as people who have cognitive disabilities, it's a large spectrum. And if you're only looking at one facet, where you're only focusing on, say, for example, making sure things can zoom, super important, but that's awesome, but what else? So I think making sure we're thinking of the diversity of all individuals who are disabled, because my needs aren't the same as Jesse's needs, but at the same time we do have parts that probably overlap, and I think that's where it's important to talk to a variety of people with a variety of disabilities. So I guess that would be my sage advice.
Yeah, I think it's about casting as a wide as net as possible. I think, and then thinking about like what's the core gameplay loop and mechanics in your game, and then how can we make those mechanics and gameplay loops accessible, and not just like the cookie cutter, like we need to have subtitles and colorblind. Like those are like that's like the ramp to get into play your game, as I like to use the analogy. And then once we're there inside playing your game, how do we make your game that is unique? How do we make those things accessible? Would be my advice, and think about that, because I feel like people ask like, how do we make the most accessible game or whatever, but it's not about, I don't know if we'll ever reach that. And so it's about making what your game is unique and making that accessible, would be my advice. So we'll go ahead and we'll do some little shout outs and find out where people can reach out to you in case they want to reach out and ask questions after the panel. So Jesse, go ahead and give us where everyone can find you at.
Well, sure. You can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/illegally cited. I do have a website as well, illegally-cited.com. It's just kind of got all my like projects and stuff I've been working on there. I do stream on Twitch, although I've kind of been taking a little bit of a hiatus on that. I hope to get back to that here soonish. But twitch.tv/illegally cited as well. And I am also pretty active on Twitter. So Twitter is at BGFH79.
Awesome. Thank you, Jesse. Alicia.
I'm also on Twitter. My Twitter handle is MC-Licia, so LICIA and then P, because my last name is Pred. So MCLICIAP. You can follow me, you can tweet at me, you can tell me I'm wrong, you can send me pictures of your cat. I would really appreciate those. Anything goes. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll have to send you a picture of my cat after this.
Please do.
Shell, go ahead.
I'm also the best place to get a hold of me is on Twitter. My Twitter handle is my name, so Shell, SHELLE for Elizabeth, and then Little, LITTLE. So Shell E Little. You can also find me on LinkedIn. Good luck on LinkedIn. Good luck. I don't look at it very often. I'm very sorry. If you are interested in hiring me for any sort of speaking engagement, I do a lot of diverse ability stuff like DE&I. I do cognitive accessibility speaking as well. Interested in that, you can contact me at contact@shellelittle.com. That's kind of where I look for most of my stuff. But again, I am on hiatus kind of right now, so I'm taking only a little bit of speaking engagements here and there. And then finally, if you want to see the shenanigans, like you can find me on Twitch at Sister Paws. I stream whenever I feel like it, but mostly on Mondays and Wednesdays. So you can come hang out and join the goofiness. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome.
What about you, Kyle?
Me? Yeah. I'll do me. Okay. You can find me on Twitter at onehandmostly, as well as email 1hmostly@gmail.com. I have a YouTube channel, One Hand Mostly, and Twitch channel on One Hand Mostly. I haven't been streaming or doing videos except for playing League of Legends with my voice or with voice commands. But yeah, feel free to reach out to any of us. I think we'll be in the Discord chat while this panel is going on.
Ooh,
and afterwards. So if you have questions in there, we'll be answering them as you watch us the past us because we're recording this right now. But I hope you enjoyed the panel today and enjoy the rest of your conference. And we'll
You
talk
can
to everyone
also
later.
you can also
Go ahead.
send me cat pictures on Discord.
Yes, in the chat, we'll send cat
Yeah,
pictures in the
pictures are
Discord.
good.
Sounds
But I
good.
hope everyone has a good rest of their conference. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
I mean, everyone should be putting cat pictures in Discord as soon as possible. We don't have to wait to send them to Twitter. They could be in Discord right now. Which actually, speaking of cats, I want to give a shout out to my cat Leon. For those of you who have seen the previous in-person versions, he's become a staple of the conference. But obviously he's not here today, but he does have his own emoji in the Discord. So please share some love with Leon, who would love to be standing directly in front of this presentation. If he was here, I'm absolutely sure. So thank you so much to our mobile panelists. Like, number one, I believe everyone in this room has probably already downloaded Cats and Soup. I was sold. And, there was a lot of talk about, when a game has become so inaccessible that it's not even worth the effort. Like, it will not be fun anymore. And Discord was agreeing with this, graveyard of games that people hit barriers and they're like, okay, well, next, I don't have time for this. But really the tips at the end, it's things that we've been, I think, shouting for a lot of years in the accessibility space of, please, validate your work with people with disabilities, hire people with disabilities, because as it turns out, they are going to be experts in their own lived experience. And with that, we're actually getting ready to break for lunch. So everyone watching on Discord, you can come back here at 1:15, or maybe if you're like Clara from Compulsion, you can go take a stupid walk for your stupid mental health. But for everyone who's here in person, lunch is ready. If you submitted a food allergy, we have actually just avoided all of the things that people said they were allergic to within the menu, so you should have no problems. So you will leave this room and you will go down to the right, and that's where we will be having our food. If you were a gluten-free option, I've already told you that you are special and you have a boxed version of your lunch to ensure that it was not contaminated. And with that, we will break. We'll be back at 1:15, and then we will have our micro talks. So thanks, everyone. And online, we'll see you back in an hour. Hello. Waiting for our captions. There we go. All right. I hope everyone had a fantastic lunch. Something I realized, did anyone here post our food into the food channel on Discord? Because I did not. I don't know if anyone else did. Those were really good sandwiches. We had really good desserts. Hopefully somebody take a picture of the food and just put it in there. So that was very, very exciting. We do have snacks this afternoon as well. We'll be sure to get that in the Discord. And everyone at home, I hope you had a great break as well. Hopefully you got some good food, and especially, I don't know what time it is wherever you are, because I know some of you are watching from Europe. So, thanks for staying with us past your normal working hours. So, all right. After lunch, we have one of my absolute favorite segments. And sometimes there's a topic in accessibility that really just is something important that needs said, but maybe it doesn't need, a full half-hour talk, but that doesn't mean it's not important. And so that was one of the reasons that we added these 15-minute talks into our segment. So we're going to open up with the first of our micro talks today. And this one I am very excited about. I actually got to meet these speakers at the UX UI Summit that was just recently held in Bellevue. So this is Design Challenges and Solutions, Mental Health Representation in Games. Thanks.
Hello, and welcome to this talk, Design Challenges and Solutions, Mental Health Representation in Games. I am Dr. Rachel Cowart. I am the Research Director for Take This, which is a mental health nonprofit that serves the gaming industry and gaming community. I am a research psychologist who has been studying the uses and effects of games for more than 10 years. I am joined here today by my colleague, Dr. Kelly Dunlap, who I will pass the floor to and allow her to introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kelly Dunlap. I am the head of community at Take This. I am also a clinical psychologist and a game designer, and I teach game design at American University's Game Center.
As noted in the title, we are here today to talk about mental health representation in games. I'm going to open the talk by talking about mental health representation in media generally, touching upon some examples in games, and discuss about how that impacts our larger discussion about mental health and mental illness. Then I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Dr. Kelly Dunlap, who's going to talk about a model that we developed, the 3D model of mental health representation, as a way to better represent mental health in games. Also, content warning before we get started. This talk is going to be about mental health and mental illness, and if that is in any way upsetting or triggering for you, please feel free to step away as you need. The media has always been a source of information about mental health. Television and film portrayals, both good and bad, have long been spaces to understand, explore, educate, and tell stories about mental health and mental illness. Although historically media portrayals have been more about mental illness than mental wellness, and have often been negative, exaggerated, and inaccurate. For example, portraying individuals with mental illness as violent, criminal, and dangerous, despite the fact that individuals with mental illness are more likely to be a victim of violence than a perpetrator of one. I mean, for me, immediately, Jack Nicholson from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest comes to mind, but there are many other examples. The way mental health is represented in games diverges from the way it's traditionally represented in media, because in games, mental health can be portrayed not only in the characters and the narratives, but the game mechanics as well. Think sanity meters and in-game decisions. Although like traditional media, mental health representation in games has often also been negative, exaggerated, and inaccurate. In a study looking at mental illness portrayals in the top-selling video games between 2011 and 2013, 1/4 of them, or 24%, depicted one or more mentally ill characters. And of the 42 individual characters that were identified as portraying mental illness, 29 of them, 69%, acted violently and in line with what we would call the homicidal maniac trope. This trope has found to be particularly prevalent in games. Now, this isn't to say all mental health representation in games are bad or negative. Just most of them are. There are a few notable examples of hopeful, good, and valuable representation. We have Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, Stardew Valley, Sea of Solitude, and Celeste. But why does any of this matter? Why does the representation of mental health in games matter? Because digital games are the dominant cultural media form of the 21st century. As most of you are well aware, the industry is massive with billions of players across the globe. And the representation of mental health and mental illness in the media has wide-ranging repercussions, and this also applies to games. Previous research has found that exposure to negative media portrayals of mental illness is linked to negative stereotyped perceptions of the mentally ill, and a reduction in help-seeking behaviors for individuals with mental illness. For example, one study found that heavy viewers of television, that is, those who are exposed to high levels of media messaging, were more likely to believe that having a mental health service in the area in a residential neighborhood, that posed a danger to the residents of those neighborhoods. They also expressed a lower tolerance for people with mental illness than those with a lower level of exposure to media messaging. Media messages and images surround us and both reflect and produce the way we think about the world. The content of our media traditionally conveys our sense of cultural value by reflecting our attitudes and beliefs and priorities. And we see this in our research, and our cultural values can and do shift based on the media messages that we consume, either by reinforcing stereotypes or cultivating new thoughts and ideas. The good news is, though, just as this can be negative, it can also be positive. In 2020, a wonderful paper was published by Fashode and colleagues looking at how games, when done right, can be used to reduce mental health stigma. Drawing from a pool of almost 200 participants, they enlisted an experimental design where participants either played 45 minutes of Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, or they watched gameplay footage of someone else playing it. As mentioned before, Hellblade is a fantastic example of mental health representation done right in a video game, and that is why they chose it. It has universally been praised for its accurate portrayal of psychosis. If you're unfamiliar, the main character, Senua, suffers from psychosis, and the player must navigate her quest along with her mental health. It's a pretty sweet game if you haven't checked it out. Now, after playing or watching other people play, the participants filled out various questionnaires about stigma around mental health. What they found is for those who played the game, for those who played as Senua, they reported reduced social distance between them and those with mental illness. That is, they would feel more comfortable being closer to people who exhibited signs and symptoms of mental illness. Theoretically, these findings provide the foundational work for understanding how we can use games and how we can use accurate and positive mental health representation in games to reduce stigma around mental health. And it practically illustrates that commercially available games can impact meaningful change when done right. So where do we go from here? As consumers of video games, we should be aware of how tropey, inaccurate, and exaggerated portrayals of mental health can inform our perceptions about mental health and mental illness. As game designers, we need to be more aware about the importance of our design decisions when developing games that portray mental health and mental illness. And for more on that, I will pass it to my colleague, Dr. Kelly Dunlap.
Thanks so much, Rachel. When we talk about portrayals of mental illness in media, generally there's a focus on characters. And unfortunately, as Rachel mentioned, those depictions are almost always uninformed, inaccurate, and stigmatizing. In this way, games really aren't that different from other media. However, there's more to mental health representations than just characters. For example, harmful mental illness tropes can be depicted environmentally through the use of items, medications, procedures, and locations. It can also be depicted mechanically, like through the use of sanity meters or decision trees. And that's something that's unique to games. Have you ever had a character spawn in a psych hospital and had something good happen? Probably not. This trope is especially common in horror games because mental illness, especially psychiatric institutions or interventions, is so often shorthand for be afraid. So this 3D model of mental health representation started out as an academic research project. There's not a ton of information out there about mental health representation in games, and what is out there focuses only on characters. But as we know, there's a lot of representations that aren't characters, and they don't tend to get picked up by the previous models. So the idea of the 3D model here is for us to be able to capture the wide range of ways that mental illness and mental health shows up in games and have a way of talking about it so that we're all speaking the same language and hopefully getting rid of some of the judgmental language. All right, let's take a look at one-dimensional representations. These are broad references to mental illness that are non-essential to a character, story, or environment. So in other words, they acknowledge that mental illness exists in this space, typically through passing reference or name. So for example, we have Heimskr here. He is a Nord priest and he preaches outside of Whiterun, and the villagers all refer to him as crazy old Heimskr. So there's really no reason for that to happen other than to add, again, flavor or dimensionality to the world. However, it does perpetuate this idea that individuals who are different or odd in some way are quote unquote crazy, and therefore they shouldn't be listened to, which is really funny because Heimskr is really the only one who knows what's going on in the Elder Scrolls world, but that's for another video. Now, it doesn't have to be a negative or stigmatizing representation just because it's one-dimensional. For example, in Life is Strange True Colors, Alex, the main character, finds a poster that is advertising for a group therapy that's coming up. So this isn't explored. Again, it's a passing reference, and if it was removed from the game wouldn't be any different and nobody would even notice. But the fact that it's there, it actually normalizes the experience of treatment seeking and raises the idea that maybe therapy is an okay thing to have exist in the world, but it doesn't necessarily dive deep into it. All right, let's talk two-dimensional representations. So in two-dimensional representations, the psychopathology, the mental illness, the features, the symptoms, they're all essential to or a defining element of the character, story, or setting, but they lack any kind of depth or exploration. So the game does not explore mental illness beyond the surface level. So for example, this is where our homicidal maniac trope comes in. This is where we get our Kefkas, where the villain is motivated to murder and destroy and is incredibly violent and dangerous because they are quote unquote insane or unstable or some other vague flavor of mental illness. Vas Montenegro from Far Cry 3 and Matakov from Call of Duty Modern Warfare are also examples of the extremely violent person who also apparently is violent because of their psychopathic traits or their insanity. So in other words, the psychopathology is at the core. If you removed that trait from any of those individuals, they would no longer be villains. They would no longer be characters at all. Again, two-dimensional doesn't mean bad though. For example, Symmetra from Overwatch, one of her defining characteristics is her autistic traits, and the developers have confirmed that she is on the autism spectrum. So these traits and powers that she has defines her as who she is, and if they were removed, she would no longer be Symmetra, but they're not inherently harmful. In fact, they are an attempt to celebrate the unique differences of individuals with autism or individuals that see themselves as neurodivergent. And last but not least are three-dimensional representations. So these are characters, stories, environments, and locations that are more than just plot points or convenient backstory. They are essential and fully realized components. They're not just mental illness in a meat suit, so to speak. They are representations that have depth and dimensionality, and they examine the experience of mental illness from multiple perspectives. So of course, Senua from Hellblade is a really good example of here. She is a full character in her own right, not just psychosis walking around in a video game. So three-dimensional representations do tend to be the most complex, and with that complexity typically comes a lack of stereotype and stigma. It's not impossible. There's a lot of complicated villains like Sephiroth that you might be able to argue are three-dimensional because they have depth and they have traumatic backstories that you can dig into, and it's just one part of their experience. But for the most part, if we're really fleshing out a character or a place or a mechanic in a way that digs into mental health and mental illness in a way that is respectful and curious and exploratory, we're probably going to end up with a three-dimensional representation. All right, so let's recap. The goal of this three-dimensional model is to help game developers and game scholars better understand and communicate about the kind of mental health representations that are occurring in our games. Now, sometimes this is easy, with characters like Senua or Kefka, where we can clearly see what's going on, or it can be something as small as a poster about group therapy in Life is Strange True Colors. We as game developers have the opportunity to help destigmatize mental illness and normalize help seeking around mental health issues. And we can do that by having all of these different types of representations. So it's important as we go forward to think about if you're including mental health in your games in any way, again, from a character to a poster to a story, that we understand and think about why that representation is there. What purpose is it serving? Is it adding just flavor to the world, or are we really truly trying to understand what's going on? Is it just because we think it's what everybody does and it's a trope that we're falling into, or are we putting something there with intentionality because it normalizes an experience? All important things to think about when we're dealing with a population as vulnerable as those with mental illness. Thanks.
I think that a lot of people can, and have already started to in chat, figuring out how to kind of take this model of the 1 to 3 dimensions of decoration, definition, and dimensional, and figure out how to apply that to not only mental health representation, but disability representation as well. It's something that gets noted a lot that as a whole, games are really bad at disability representation. And I think a lot of people chuckled at the comment of, oh, when is your character woken up in a psych ward and it been a good thing? It's like, name a time that you saw a wheelchair in a game and that game wasn't a horror game. And that's not great. But there are lots of good examples and ways to think and a framework to move forward on. And also the paper that was referenced at the beginning of the talk has now been pinned in Discord if you'd like to read the full thing. So with that, we will take a short break and then we'll be back at 1:40 for our next talk from Courtney Craven. Thanks. All right. So this next talk, look, it's short and it's sweet. It is our shortest talk of the day, but if you like data, boy howdy, is this going to be the talk for you. So this is by Courtney Craven. If you build it, how captions can grow your community.
Hello, and welcome to my short talk on how you can put captions to work for you to grow your community. I'm Courtney Craven. I'm the caption producer at Epic Games for the Epic developer community and Unreal Engine marketing. What is a caption producer? That changes from day to day, which is kind of the cool thing about working in accessibility, is that it's still emerging in a lot of areas, so you can kind of create your own position and grow with it. Why does Epic have a caption producer? Because every year we produce thousands of hours of educational and marketing content. My job is to make sure that everything we put out for our community has captions. And don't you know me from Can I Play That? Yes, you do. I left Can I Play That and handed it off to Ben Bayless in February 2022 to join Epic full-time. Let's start out with some caption facts, because I can't really do anything without sharing caption facts. 80% of viewers are more likely to complete a video if captions are available. Why does that matter? We will cover that in a few slides. And 55% of viewers expect captions to be available for any educational content, which at Epic is quite a lot of what we produce. Captions increase brand awareness by 19%. What does that mean? Basically, if you are providing captions for your videos, people are more likely to think of your brand, which is the goal. 80% of all videos viewed on LinkedIn are viewed with the sound off. That means you need to be creating content specifically designed for viewing without sound, which also means you are naturally serving your deaf and hard of hearing audience. This one is my favorite because I think it's the most relatable. How many of you have ever been startled or caught off guard by a video that autoplays with sound? How many of you have ever had that happen in somewhere that's really inconvenient, like you're in a Zoom meeting and you forgot to mute yourself and you're scrolling Facebook because it's a 9 a.m. meeting and you have other things to put your mind on? And you have a video that starts playing with sound and everybody in the meeting can hear your music. 80% of viewers react negatively to the platform and the brand when videos autoplay with sound. So again, you need to be designing your content to be viewed without sound. I think of captions as a performance boost cycle. You start out with high quality captions. They lead to increased watch time, which leads to improved information retention, which means you're meeting the expectations of your community, which leads to better video performance, which leads to more budget for you to continue to produce high quality captions. It's a cycle. You start with one, the rest follow. And according to 3Play Media, captions result in a viewership growth of 7.3%, and more than 100 studies have indicated that captions improve comprehension of info presented in a video, attention to the video, and memory of the video and its content. And now my favorite part, caption data. Investing in captions pays off in such a massive way. I collected this data from Epic's YouTube channel between May 2019 and now. In 2020, watch time for videos with captions was twice as long as watch time for videos without captions. In 2021 and 2022, 3 times as long. Why does that matter? If we're creating video content, we're not just doing it for kicks. We want people to watch our content. We want people to engage with our brand, our company, our content. We want to teach them. We want it to be memorable. Both YouTube and Google use watch duration as a key metric for recommending your content to users. So what's the lesson here? Captions lead to an increase in viewers. What about live captions? Do they have the same impact? Yes, they do. From May 2019 through May 2020, we were only offering post-production captions on our VODs of our weekly show Inside Unreal. and we consistently saw caption usage between 12 and 15%. We began offering live captions for all of our streams of Inside Unreal in June of this year, and since then, we have seen English caption usage skyrocket to 30 to 50%. I've been working on captions for Unreal Engine content since 2019, which is also when I began tracking use stats. What have I learned? The more content we offer captions for, the more people use them. The more concentrated our effort to produce accessible caption content, the larger our audience becomes. It is not a wasted effort, nor is it only serving a small portion of our community. Since May 2019, 19.6 million people have turned on English captions for our YouTube content. 1 year ago in September of 2021, when we weren't making such a concentrated effort to caption all of our content, our usage was at just 10 million users. Thank you so much for joining me today to learn a little bit about captions, my favorite topic to talk about. I hope you have learned some interesting things. I hope you've gotten some data that you can take back and push for more accessibility in your content. And if you have any questions, I will be in the event Discord, or you can find me on Twitter at CyclopediaBrain anytime. Bye.
What I absolutely love about that is literally the data. I know when a lot of us are trying to get work done in our studios or we're trying to do work, we always get that question, like, what's the data? What's the ROI? What's the blah, 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 blah? Well, great. Here you go. We're incredibly excited and lucky that Epic decided to share these data points with us so we can take them to our teams to push for the same kind of dedication and work in creating high quality captions. Because as the data shows, more captions you have, the more people are going to watch your content and the more people are going to engage. And that's what we want. We want people to engage with whatever content we're putting out. So thank you so much, Courtney, for that. And I know, again, just literally, we love data. Data's great. And so we really appreciate it. So we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be back at 2:05 with the road to accessibility in Rocksmith Plus. So we will see you then. Thanks. It's fine. I'm just dropping my hotel room key. It's fine. To answer a very important question from the chat, what is this? It's a lamp with a candle in it. So for those of you asking what it is, it's a little lantern. It's got a little fake candle, like a battery operated one you could turn on. But there you go. That's what that was. I believe it was Ben Bayless who asked. So there you go. All right. So we are back with another micro talk. So I saw some people in Discord again, excited to hear about some of the work that had gone into this. So the first Rocksmith game launched in 2011 with the goal to teach gamers how to play a real guitar using rhythm game. Sorry, I was like, am I standing in front of this? I really just don't want anyone in person to be able to read captions, I think is my goal. To teach players how to play a guitar using rhythm game mechanics. And recently, there's been the launch of Rocksmith Plus, and the dev team challenged itself to consider the needs of more and more players and remove as many barriers as possible. And so this talk is going to retrace the steps that the dev teams took to make it more accessible. So let's check it out.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mark, and in this presentation, I'll be sharing the dev team's approach to accessible design on Rocksmith Plus. So I've been working at Ubisoft San Francisco for a while now, first as a writer and then crossing over into design. In 2018, I attended the Games Accessibility Conference, which was an amazing experience because it helped me realize that designing for accessibility is just like designing for anything else. It comes down to problem solving. And so now I oversee accessibility design in Rocksmith Plus. So in the next 15 minutes, I'll try to cover the design choices we made in order to match the existing Rocksmith experience to a wider spectrum of player needs. So what is Rocksmith? Well, at its heart, it's interactive music learning software. The first Rocksmith launched in 2011 when games using plastic instruments ruled the sales charts. The assumption was gamers were already spending hundreds of hours learning to play almost guitar. Maybe they could translate their skills to a real guitar. So Rocksmith was aimed mainly at these kinds of core gamers. In the main career mode, focused on earning points, unlocking gear, and performing at progressively bigger venues. But we discovered two things when Rocksmith shipped. First, it was picked up by more than just plastic instrument enthusiasts. This is Audrey, who learned to play guitar using Rocksmith. Not gonna lie, she's not our assumed primary audience here. The second thing is we kind of embrace the distinction that Rocksmith isn't learning disguised as a game. It's more of a learning platform that uses gameplay to help people learn songs, and that's what people really focused on. So 2014 had a really successful run, and it paved the way for the evolution of the series. In 2022, Rocksmith Plus. So we just released on PC, and we have some pretty ambitious goals. We're trying to build a subscription-based live service offering thousands of songs, and also expanding our genre variety. And ultimately, we're trying to welcome in even more types of players into our community. And obviously, improving accessibility is a big part of that goal. So now I think it's pretty clear Rocksmith is not a typical Ubisoft game. For one, our controller is a fully functional musical instrument. So while Ubisoft has made notable strides in fostering accessibility in their flagship games, we couldn't exactly follow that same path here. So here's where we started. So we have the same camera and control as in previous games. Our UI shows a 3D version of the guitar that you're holding in real life, as if you're kind of looking through the back of it on this noteway where the notes travel down, and you press on the frets that the notes land on. You pluck the right string at the right time to play the notes. Simple. Not so much, because when you consider a guitar has 6 strings and anywhere from 12 to 20-ish accessible frets, depending on the type of guitar, then you factor in all the possible combinations and techniques and chords, and the number of inputs goes beyond realistic comprehension. So what we're really asking players to do mechanically is to process a lot of audio-visual information at the full speed of the song, and then simultaneously map that information from the screen to the physical instrument they're playing, and then remember that stuff over time. So even though our system can add and remove notes based on player accuracy in real time, which is super powerful, there's still the potential for cognitive overload, even with experienced musicians. We can watch this example.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty common for a first playthrough. So we took a step back and we looked at our gameplay from the lens of inclusive design. This methodology is well known in design circles, and there's some awesome reading available that I encourage game devs to reference if you haven't already, like this toolkit from Microsoft Design. But for us, inclusive design meant looking at our game mechanics as experienced by players across various ranges of contexts. We considered who might be playing our game and brainstormed what unintentional challenges they might face depending on their background and experience. And this also included the classic set of accessibility categories like vision, hearing, mobility, and cognition. And also we acknowledged, we're not going to be 100% barrier free because we have less control over the accessibility of the instrument itself. So here's what we did. Our game loop starts when you pick a song to play. And in this example from Rocksmith 2014, there really wasn't much to do aside from pick an arrangement to play and then go. But arrangements drastically change the experience you'll have. So it's a pretty significant choice. So I might like playing a lead arrangement for a variety of reasons. Maybe I play best when fretting one note at a time and less like on chords involving multiple strings that you have to hold down on the fretboard for long periods of time. So for Rocksmith Plus, we made song selection much more deliberate. Now you have the option to investigate what each arrangement entails more closely. And I'll get into some specifics on that in a second. But first, the other major aspect from previous Rocksmiths that we looked at was this emphasis that was placed on mastery percentage, which is that number. It basically equates to how proficient you were in playing the song. And the 100% meant you basically mastered the song. But because this number was so prominent, and it was kind of the only point of data to really go on, some players found themselves sucked into a number chasing quest to keep increasing that number and get that 100%. But in reality, improving your mastery on each successive playthrough is unrealistic. Progress doesn't really work that way. But when a game is treating mastery as the only metric that matters and you can't reach it, that's not going to feel very good. So we try to help people make more informed choices and make goal formation more flexible. So instead of mastery, we prominently emphasize the difficulty target, which is a new metric. And by default, it's automatically set to give a reasonable challenge based on previous playthroughs. But we also allow the player to adjust that target however they like. And so that difficulty target slider is tied into every skill in the game. So once the player chooses an arrangement, we can show them what kinds of skills or chords will appear at each difficulty increment. And so this allows for a more flexible type of goal formation beyond just go for 100% every time. So now I can set intermediate goals along my way, or I can compare the same arrangement at 90% and 100% and decide that, 90% is most of the song anyway, and I can learn those extra flourishes that would get me to 100% later, or maybe never, because that's just not what my learning goal is, and I'm fine playing it at 90%. We also expose more numbers at the end of a playthrough. So now you can see what goes into that mastery number. And we find that accuracy at the current difficulty percentage is a much better way to contextualize your results. So in this case, even though my mastery is overall low, the 72% accuracy is actually a pretty solid outcome based on the difficulty target that was set. And this matters because it sends an important message to players that there's more than one way to have a successful outcome in this game. So the next thing we looked at was our specialized visual language, which was also introducing some unintentional challenge. So for instance, the ability to somehow decode by sight reading that an X symbol on a note somehow means a palm mute technique isn't really something we want to challenge players on, because this knowledge takes front loading and reinforcement over time. We really want to challenge them on the ability to perform a palm mute at the right time when they actually know what that means. So we added the ability to see what each skill looks like on the noteway and then how they're executed before you even play. And for chords, players can hear what the chords sound like and then test them out and actually get feedback in a kind of a no pressure context. So in this example, when it turns green, that's because it heard the correct chord and it's validating what the player did. So when it comes to playing the song, there are two variables that we can't really help players prepare for: note-way density and song speed. Because players' thresholds for handling notes at full speed can vary dramatically at any given time. So one of the most appreciated features in previous Rocksmiths is riff repeater. This gives the ability to stop the song at any point, isolate a specific passage, then adjust the speed and the amount of notes and practice it over and over again. So in many ways, riff repeater is the heart of the game because it's where the player has the most agency. To use a surfing metaphor, riff repeater is like stopping the wave and reshaping it into the best challenge for your surfboard and ability, rewinding the wave over and over again until you can ride it perfectly. Another thing we added to riff repeater is the ability to play the song literally one note at a time. So here, each note sits on the string until it's played correctly. If I'm off by a little bit, the game can detect this and provide hints to help me find the right position. So this takes speed out of the cognitive load equation completely, and it lets you focus only on positioning. There's no reason why you couldn't play the entire song this way and gradually build up your speed before you then shift over to more rhythmic play and build up those skills. So we really wanted to get people into riff repeater as soon as possible, rather than toss them into a deep settings menu on the first session. So we broke out the most commonly used settings into practice presets that are much easier to kind of jump into and play. And one of those presets includes the note by note setting. There's something else we realized. The 3D noteway itself may not always be the best fit for every player in every situation, because judging distance can be tricky from that perspective. RS Tab is an option we added that brings up a secondary two-dimensional UI, because we found that some players find this view more natural, from those who have experience with guitar notation to those who rely less on color coding and more on string position to differentiate strings and notes. And lastly, my personal favorite, MIDI playback. So there can be a lot of situations where playing along to the master recording can actually present an unintentional challenge. What if there are two guitars playing at the same time? How am I supposed to pick out which guitar part I'm playing from the rest of the band? Well, MIDI playback is a feature that removes the master recording and it plays a synthesized version of only what the player is supposed to play at that difficulty level. This is available on demand for every song in the game. So here's an example of Ride of the Valkyries in multi-track with two guitars playing the complete song. And now here's MIDI playback playing only the notes for my instrument at the current difficulty setting. So here we have an accessibility benefit and an educational benefit all in one. I think that's really cool. So on a final note, you may have noticed that none of these features are available from a dedicated accessibility menu. That's because we don't have one, because we found it impossible to draw the line between the standard and accessibility settings, because it all basically comes down to some form of customization over another. So, our approach is just put the settings where they're most likely to be used. And that brings us up to the present. So now that Rocksmith Plus is released, the real work can kind of start, because we're a live service and we're listening to see how our design choices are actually landing with players. And then we're going to start making adjustments as needed. So I hope this talk was useful for anyone tasked with making an established franchise more accessible. For those of you undergoing an overhaul of your own games, here's a summary of what I discussed. Before you design a dedicated mode for a specific set of players, it could be useful to first look at your core loop, list out your game mechanics and gameplay variables, then brainstorm all the possible unintentional challenges you can find using inclusive design exercises. Then think about what you already have that could be made more useful, just with the right point of access or a context shift. And when you do actually add new features, do so holistically, because I think you'll find it's more efficient to develop this way, and you just might be helping more people than you even anticipated. So thanks for listening. I'd like to give a big shout out to the GaConf staff and our Rocksmith community for being awesome. Have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you. So I can definitely relate to this as the person who's learned how to play a couple of instruments over the years. That it's really a hard thing. And it's been great to see what they've been doing with their game. And it just goes to show there's no one way to learn how to play or do anything in life. And making sure that whoever is learning can pick what works best for them. It's definitely the best way to approach the type of problem. And it's definitely more useful when you start thinking about this in the context of any game that you're building has any sort of built-in tutorial. These are the same types of techniques that you want to use to make sure that these onboarding experiences for your game are accessible to everyone. And with that, we will be back at 2:30 with the next panel, You Are Enough, Imposter Syndrome, Resilience, and Finding Your People. Thank you.
For our next speaker, I decided I wanted to speak to her in her native language. Not English, not ASL, Kirby memes. Morgan Baker, who is blushing. I can't see much through this tiny little window, but I can tell that from this far. Morgan Baker is an accessibility games lead at EA, and has a talk about finding your people, imposter syndrome, and really becoming your own in the accessibility space. And I'm really thankful for Morgan for giving this talk. And I hope, because I know she doesn't like watching her own recordings, that maybe perhaps this Kirby made her feel more welcome and more at home. And so with that, Morgan Baker's talk, whose title I don't remember, and I can't read because I'm in a Kirby costume. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Morgan Baker and I'm the Games Accessibility Lead over at Electronic Arts. Saying that sentence out loud is wild considering my what kind of feels like turbulent journey. Here I am helping lead accessibility in games for my community, something that I never thought could happen. It's kind of like a dream come true, but only kind of. To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure if I really dreamed it. If I'm being honest, I just never really thought it was possible. And not the whole accessibility in games thing, let me be clear. That's not only possible, but inevitable. Just as we know the sun will rise and set and the earth will keep on spinning, accessibility in games is inevitable for the future, and it's up to the rest of us to keep up. But what I thought was impossible was, well, me being here. It never really occurred to me that I could just work in games. And it's hard to articulate, but it's like my brain thought I wasn't allowed. And now some of y'all might just stop me right now and say, what on earth are you talking about? Be allowed to work in games? What does that even mean? But for others, you might kind of know what I'm talking about. So let's talk about that. What is imposter syndrome? How do we build resilience, find our people, and know our worth? Because let me tell you, you are enough. Let's take a step back. What is imposter syndrome? We hear this word get thrown around a lot. Some define imposter syndrome as that uncomfortable feeling you experience when you think you're underqualified or unqualified, or you just feel incompetent, feeling like an imposter or a fraud within the space or community. We might blame our accomplishments on luck, discrediting ourselves and our successes. Other times we might find ourselves overly self-critical or even afraid to ask for help to the point of unproductiveness. These feelings can be unhealthy at best and genuinely harmful at worst. It can be as simple as constantly second-guessing ourselves or as debilitating as influencing us to leave because we don't feel like we are enough. All of which is very valid, and you're not alone. In fact, it's estimated that 70% of people will experience at least one episode of feeling unworthy during their lifetime. And I'm sure that during this talk, this isn't the first time you've heard the term imposter syndrome, or maybe even resilience before. So if it's that common, and we all know about this term, why does this keep happening? A story for you. I was working with a colleague for an upcoming game. I was brought in as a part-time consultant to help with the design. Now, I never really thought myself much of a game designer, yet slowly but surely I went from giving feedback on design documents to eventually full-on co-designing new concepts and creating algorithms. It was new and it was an exciting task for me. I was not only creating, I was not only designing, I was having the time of my life. And my colleague asked me, why don't you just design games for a living? And this question floored me. It literally rocked my brain because the thought never really occurred to me that this is something I could do, actually be allowed to design games. Like here I was, an accessibility specialist working with college students, and yeah, I did a lot of accessibility consulting with game studios, but it never really occurred to me that I could just work in games full time. But why? I guess self-efficacy. You see, I'm deaf, and damn straight am I proud of that. I live with other disabilities too, and hence why I've fallen into this line of work. But up until this point in my life, I've never really seen another deaf person working in games, and it's not like anyone told me I couldn't, and it's not that any existed, but when there is a lack of visibility, it starts to seep into your subconsciousness, especially when you are young and impressionable. And so for me, I just didn't feel like I belonged. But it took a friend and well-respected designer to tell me that I did, and that made all the difference. She didn't give me my worth, she made me realize it for myself. So why does this happen? What is imposter syndrome really? Well, the term imposter phenomenon was introduced in 1978 by Clance and Hermes, who collected data from over 100 women, all of who excel in academia and are highly regarded for their work, and found that despite external validation, these women invalidated themselves. All the women said things along the lines of their success was luck and that they were being overestimated. But wait, that means that imposter syndrome was originally used to describe minorities within majority spaces. Granted now, the study could have easily been built to be more inclusive, accounting for topics like race and class and so on, but still, imposter syndrome was originally coined to describe bias and exclusion. It's about a sense of belonging, and this fact blew my mind because I've always assumed I was the problem. It's me, myself, and I. But in reality, our environment and space can equally perpetuate this lack of belonging and self-doubt. Not only do we need to understand that we are enough, but our spaces need to catch up with that sentiment too. And for me, everything just kind of clicked. A story for you going even further back, to the beginning. When I was fresh out of college, I applied to the game studio of my dreams. I applied to a bunch of other non-game roles as well, but I decided to shoot my shot at this company. I adored it. It was close, seemed friendly, and it was hiring. Why not? And in my final interview, that's right, my body radiating with excitement because holy crud, I made it this far. The hiring manager asked me, "You're great, and we'd love to have you, but how do you plan to deal with the deaf thing?" And he gestures to his ear. Now, legality, sensitivity, just put that aside for a second. This was not really a question I really anticipated, and maybe in hindsight I should have. I know sometimes I'm the first deaf person people meet. There's everywhere, we're everywhere, but the first person they recognize, and they lack understanding, they might have bias, and as an adult, I'm okay educating people and navigating these conversations, and I enjoy them in the right company and audience, and it certainly won't be my last, but in that moment, my world kind of spun. I can't recall my response, which I'm sure was a half answer of, "Don't worry about it." But in the moment, that kind of stuck with me. And I don't know, I just stopped applying for jobs in the games industry after that because I was young, and I guess I started to internalize it, whether or not I realized it at the time. How did I plan to deal with the deaf thing? That's a question that I had to ask myself, and I didn't know the answer, and I guess the hiring manager didn't either because I just never heard from him again. But why am I telling you this? And I promise it's not to frustrate you, and it's certainly not to point fingers. It's to consider a pivotal moment in time for myself that might feel perhaps familiar to others. I did not have the resilience or tools to self-advocate. The right people in my life, the master I needed in my structure, did not offer that to me in return. There was not an inclusive space, and there was a clear unintended bias. As a result, I developed a poor sense of belonging, equating to my brain thinking, well, I guess I can't be here. And I ended up doing just that, which of course is not right. Because back then, I was enough, and I still am now, and so are you. So upon reflection, imposter syndrome didn't really feel like it didn't feel like the right term anymore for me. So I turned to other words to describe my experiences. The need for resilience and a sense of belonging. Now, resilience is the ability to withstand adversity, that's a hard word for me, but also adapt to the challenges and to combat this imposter syndrome that we need to be resilient for. But to be resilient, we need a space where we belong and feel like we belong, a space we can be resilient in. A sense of belonging is an individual person feeling a connection to a community or space, in this case, the games industry and workplace. Belongingness has been reported to be a human need and can have an impact on success and how we view our success. When I was actually in graduate school, I researched disability identity development theory in post-secondary contexts as it relates to this sense of belonging, resilience, and so feel like I'm thriving right now. I'm really hyped to talk about this. There's actually this model that describes disability, belonging, and resilience in this whole buildup as generated by 3 specific factors: self-advocacy, relationships, and mastery. These are the three factors that helped me understand my own imposter syndrome and helped me frame it in a way that made sense for myself in this industry. I hope this helps you, and at the very least, it helps you understand that you are enough and you are worthy of being here, and that we all deserve to be in games. How do we think about self-advocacy and how can we learn from it? Well, self-advocacy means our ability to advocate for ourselves to better succeed in the industry, taking into account how receptive the industry is to our self-advocacy, because you can't advocate to a brick wall, right? So it has these two sides. You must effectively communicate our needs and, interests, but our allies and spaces must be equally willing to learn and support us. This involves us diving into understanding ourselves, becoming more self-aware. As someone who is deaf, what do I need to succeed in this hearing-dominated industry? What are my rights? What are my abilities? How can I convey these, especially when mitigating unintended bias or worse, ableism? And at least for myself, reminding myself that I'm still worthy even if I need advocacy more than others. But we also need to be in a space that is receptive and open to self-advocacy as well. People who will listen to our advocacy, amplify us, and advocate when needed and with consent. As someone who is deaf, people will often speak over me. I can self-advocate to have myself heard, but it sure helps to have an ally there to help me too. But let's admit it, self-advocacy is frustrating. Why should we have to do it anyway? And I won't lie to you, it's kind of unfair sometimes. Every day, though, I tell myself that self-advocating for myself now means less people in the future from my community will need to later. But still, it is exhausting, and we can make self-advocacy easier for those around us. The other day, I turned to my coworker and said, I'm having a really bad hearing day. My tinnitus is acting up. My head feels woozy. And she turned to me without missing a beat and said, no problem. What can I do to make it easier? And it was such a simple statement. But of course, here's the test. I have to accept. So to self-advocate, I paused and said, you know what? Yeah, if you don't mind. No judgment, no penalty. She was there for me. I do this for her too. And we do this for others as well, because that's what it means to be inclusive, which kind of leads into our next section. How do we think about social relationships? Now, social relationships means our colleagues and friends within the industry who are there to not only serve as our support network, but also genuinely care for our success and are invested in us. They are not just sympathetic, they are willing to take action too. We find our people, friends to vent, peers we can relate to, colleagues who we can talk to about work problems. These are people who want to uplift you and see you shine, and vice versa, of course. It can be a peer, a boss, a mentor, a friend, or some sort of combination of them having that more than one role or having many people there. Humans need this type of support network that we can lean into, somewhere we can talk about our feelings and experiences, a community and a space that we can create a grounded connection with and just be ourselves. And for me, it started with a mentor. I reached out to him for career advice, admittedly, and he took me on as a mentee to guide me as I explored career options. He did it not because he cared about me, but also because he cared about my success and was interested in watching me succeed. I was able to talk about advocacy with him, my experiences with no judgment, and he offered me advice and support. He empowered me in ways I didn't think was possible, and he helped me hone in on my strengths, understand my weaknesses. He made me identify and understand my goals and what I'm capable of. And more importantly, he made me realize I am worthy, that I am enough. And without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. But of course, my community grew and has now become my rock, with honestly too many names to list. But if you're looking to build social relationships, there's many ways you can do it. Twitter has an extremely active community. Attending conferences like this one is a great. You also have Discord, even TikTok, and there's many great ways to meet folks online or within your own companies themselves. There's tons of mentoring programs and mixtures out there too, and I know companies actually now support these type of things as well. And of course, I do want to say, if you're not super social, that's okay too. We only have so much bandwidth, but I do support the idea of, finding a community and finding your people still, because you never know when you will need them. And of course, keeping in mind that you are enough, and there are people out there who know too. So come talk to us. Let's go into our last section now. How do we think about mastery? Now, mastery means not only how well we're trained or equipped to succeed, but also accounts for our own and other people's perceptions of our mastery and success. It's to create a set list of goals that we want to achieve and make them achievable too. Don't set yourself up for failure. I've done that before. But for me, my goal is to, for example, empower game developers so that they can make games accessible to gamers with disabilities. So list your achievements, and also to archive your wins. I actually have a document inspired by Tara from Xbox over at Microsoft, and that lists all my wins, that whether they be like big or small, like really tiny moments that I'm just really happy about, all the way to like big things that I've succeeded in. Anything that just kind of makes me happy and feels like that I was actually, showing off my mastery and my goals. So like, for example, I had one developer express how happy she was that she had an accessibility lead because, and to loosely quote, it just felt good for them to have someone who's an accessibility lead who has a developer background, but also has disabilities and kind of just gets it. And for me, that was a huge win moment because that's exactly why I'm here and why I'm doing what I'm doing. So it doesn't matter how big or small, what type of success it is, so long as it's success and mastery for you. So mastery means embracing and recognizing your own strengths, but also too, I wanted to point out that it's about also acknowledging areas of opportunity and making sure that we're valuing ourselves and our expertise, but also considering things that we can improve on. But this also means we need to create an industry that does the same and recognizes and it respects the mastery, especially for those with diverse backgrounds. I can't tell you how many times I've seen an accessibility specialist who also happens to have a disability discredit themselves because they're like, I don't have an award or a degree. It's just my experience. I don't know what I'm talking. Stop. You are enough. You know exactly what you're talking about. You are an expert. You are a master of your experience. You don't need that stuff like a degree or whatever. You are a master of your experience, knowledge, and work. You are enough. And that's why I'm actually really happy to that GA conference, recognizes full-timers as they come up, as well as we take the time to celebrate folks who are in this community. And also, of course, I'm thrilled to see more accessibility awards popping up too, because we deserve to be recognized. And, it's about time the industry does so. Key takeaways then to wrap this up for you. People, especially those with disabilities, feel like we don't belong in the games industry because historically we don't. Let's be honest. And that's why we experience imposter syndrome. And as industry, we can do better. Let's do better because people deserve to be here. Really. And as individuals, we build resilience to ensure that we can adapt to whatever challenges come our way. And as individuals, we can do this by building the resilience, self-advocating for ourselves, finding our people, and feeling confident and competent in our work. But as an industry, we need to improve sense of belonging and inclusion. We need to be receptive to self-advocacy, creating spaces where people can safely advocate for themselves. We need to create a culture that values and supports one another and encourages continuous learning and unlearning. And more importantly, we need to have an industry that respects expertise and celebrates our successes. Only then, as a whole community, can we defeat this imposter syndrome, because we are all enough. You are enough. If you'd like to connect with me, my Twitter handle is @momoxmia and my website is leahybaker.com. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care.
Just for the record, it is really hard to walk in that suit. But I want to thank Morgan for giving that talk. And I know that it's not the Game Accessibility Conference until we make someone cry. And good news, Morgan, you get the trophy. We had several people, saying that this was hitting them in the feels. Violet posted on Twitter that she was full on snot crying because it hit her in the feels. I think a lot of people were feeling just the simple message of, I am good enough and so are you, and that we all deserve to be in games. It actually kind of brought me back to the beginning of Enid's talk from earlier, that, creating a safe and inclusive space where we all can be our best selves is all of our work. And, for those of us who have privilege, we have to create the space to make it inclusive for everyone so that everyone can truly belong. And Morgan mentioned a file that I had recommended to her, and I will tell you this story so you can also create one. I call it the feel-good file. When you work in accessibility, you do not win every battle. And sometimes that wears you down. And it's really easy to get focused on what you weren't able to get done and not the impact you managed to have. So this is something I started back at the dawn of time. And just anytime I had a positive response from a player, something good from a coworker, knowing I managed to get a feature into a game, I documented the success, no matter how small it was. And that meant that later, when I was having a bad day, when I wasn't winning any battles, I could go back, I could read it and remember, like, no, I am making change. So I do recommend, if you work in accessibility, get yourself a feel-good file, because not every day is going to be sunshine and rainbows, but the high we get when we do succeed is uncomparable to anything else. So again, Morgan, thank you for your talk. Now we're going to be going to our afternoon break. For the folks here in person, we do have some snacks at the back that you can enjoy, so please do so. And for those online, please post pictures of your snacks in Discord. I hope you find something good. And then we'll be back at 3:15 for journalism. Thanks. All right. I hope everyone had a good break. So we are rolling into the last segment of day one. I can't believe we've already come this far. So this next talk is by two games journalists, Ben Bayless and Grant Stoner. And honestly, this talk came about because they literally yell about accessible games journalism on Twitter all the time. And Ian and I were like, you guys want to do a talk about that though? And you know, not everyone can stalk their Twitter feed to get all of their amazing nuggets of information. So accessibility in games journalism, it's not perfect. There's a lot to learn. It's not always covered correctly. And you know, it's something that we need to advance in the industry. So I am incredibly excited and honored to have Ben and Grant to share their knowledge about journalism, all caps. Thanks.
Hello and welcome to this talk, which is simply titled Journalism. I am Ben Bayliss, Editor-in-Chief at canaplaythat.com. I also do accessibility consultancy and other accessibility stuff. I write about accessibility in places. And who's this person with me?
Hi, I'm Grant Stoner. I am the former mobility editor at Canaplaythat, as well as a freelancer where I have bylines in IGN, Fanbyte, Launcher, varying places across the industry. And my work is focused on accessibility and the disabled perspective.
And today we are both going to be talking about journalism, specifically accessibility in video games journalism. And we're going to be talking about why this type of coverage is so important, how it's currently being handled, and what people can do to improve it and get into the vertical. So if we start off with Grant, he has a wonderful stat.
Yeah, last year during Xbox's Accessibility Showcase, it was revealed by Phil Spencer that there are over 400 million disabled players worldwide, meaning that coverage of accessibility news, features, reviews, and opinions is by no means a small subject. It's not niche, and there is a large and sustainable audience that journalists can reach into to produce these stories.
Yep, there's a lot of different ways that video game outlets can cover different areas. So, for example, we have news, which is something I do a lot at Can I Play That? So we can pull coverage from showcases, looking at how default gameplay is being sampled in the show. Stuff like updates and patches for games that have just come out, or games that have even released ages ago and have been updated. Covering accessibility at events, like getting in person at events and talking to developers about what players can expect, and also pieces about tech and game developments.
I primarily write features and interviews, and the way that journalists can cover those are through examining the development process behind a piece of tech, a game, or a specific setting. You can also explore how disabled players interact with a game. So looking beyond what options they use, what's their setup, what is their specific gear or equipment they use in the game, how difficult it is to beat certain sections. You can also examine unique communities within games and how they relate to the disability community. A feature I did recently for IGN explored a Mortal Kombat tournament that is exclusive to sightless and low vision players. So you can examine Mortal Kombat as the franchise it is, but also explore what disabled people are doing with that franchise and how they're interacting with each other.
And the other area is, of course, reviews. This is mostly exploring accessibility behind the game through analysis. So something that we do a lot at Kind of Playing At, which is specific reviews that look at accessibility of a game and what's included and how that can affect players play the game. And basically, it's kind of like it's a good thing for video game outlets to have, but you need to make sure that the right people are working on that review, because they need to be handled with some form of care, because you want to make sure you're covering things accurately. You're not just looking at a checklist. You're looking at how things are implemented, and that's an important aspect that outlets need to ensure.
For me, for reviews, I found that accessibility is so much more than options within a menu. And so when you examine a game, like Ben said, look at the settings, look at how they're implemented, but beyond that, examine how the design of the game impacts disabled players. Can disabled players still play the games if a game doesn't feature certain options or settings? And we also have to remember that accessibility as a whole doesn't necessarily mean it's meant for disabled players. It can impact temporary disabilities. It can impact situations like parents holding newborns, or people in bars with loud music and loud noises. If we only focus on accessibility as a means to assist disabled people, we're doing a disservice without reporting for what accessibility truly can be.
Absolutely. And for this section of the talk, we're going to shift into if you're somebody who wants to start writing about accessibility at outlets. However, this could also translate to video game outlets who are also interested in expanding into that vertical. So I'm going to start off with Grant with some more journalism.
All right. This first counterpoint is primarily directed to the disabled community as a whole. Often, disabled people in the games industry find themselves juggling more than one role. A lot of us are advocates. A lot of us are professionals, like Ben and I. A lot of us are content creators. A lot of us are also consultants. If you are doing a review for a publication, the rules of journalism still apply, despite you doing an accessibility review. And so what that means is, let's say you consult on a game. Ethically speaking, you are not allowed to provide a constructive criticism, because your experience is already muddied, let's say, by working with the team, having them pay you for your services, having the experience of what it's like to see behind the scenes, and that may impact your decision when providing an honest and accurate review. I also want to point out, for publications, be sure to diversify who you speak to. Make sure you focus on lived experiences rather than focusing on the big names of the industry. A mission that I've set out for myself, and I know Ben shares the same sentiment, is I always look for different names for every piece I write. Because with disabilities, and with the disabled experience, it's such a vast umbrella that if we only interview the same 5 to 10 people for every story, we're doing a disservice to the greater disability community. So be sure to interview people who we've never heard from. Go to social media platforms, pose your questions there, because disabled people have a lot to tell you, and they have a right, and they also deserve to have a platform to air what they love about the game, their grievances about the game, and what they want for the future of games.
So another area as well that we want to highlight, which I personally feel is important, is not chasing drama and not chasing the trend. Now, a very good example here will probably be to use The Last of Us Part 2 and The Last of Us Part 1, because the only time the majority of outlets start talking about accessibility is when a game is trending. It's when there's a lot of noise that's being made on social media about it. And that can be very disheartening when there are other games out there that are making like sensible strides, they're making innovations, and just chasing those trends is not gonna put the spotlight on those. It's just showing that you're looking for traffic, and you kind of want to spread awareness, spread understanding, and educate rather than just focusing on the clicks. And I think, Grant, you've got some more to say on this topic, haven't you?
Right. So as many of you know, I despise the conversation surrounding easy mode. Not because I don't think it isn't a valid option, but because the conversations that we usually see don't add anything. They don't elevate the conversation. They don't educate people. They mostly just select a term or a buzz phrase just to generate views. And it's very possible to talk about topics like easy mode, but by doing so in a way that examines how it's implemented, how it benefits disabled people. Do games of all kinds need difficulty modes, or can you make accessibility without them? I also want to bring up a slight controversial topic about editorializing. So disabled people tend to have a lot to say with their games, with their experiences. Give them the space to voice their concerns. Don't put your own experiences alongside theirs. For years, disabled people didn't have a platform in the games industry. And the last thing we want to do as reporters is muddy their conversations with our own experiences. If you are interviewing a disabled person, they're the subject of your piece, not you. And so we need to ensure that disabled people can continue to trust journalists by letting them fully share their experiences without fear of having it substituted for your own personal fear.
I think that could also relate back to the previous point as well, in the fact that when there is that drama that's being stirred up, then everybody's focusing on the writer who has written the story, but that's usually like the writer sharing their experiences with a game. And if they start putting like actual quotes from disabled players, then maybe people will actually read it and realize how this is impacting players, and actually accessibility is a good thing, and it kind of helps, I guess, provide an experience for those reading so that they can see that there's a variation of players out there, and it's not just the writer who's just talking over the top of disabled players' experiences. And I suppose that brings us to the future of journalism. So, as we've basically been saying, accessibility in gaming is not a trend. You know, it should be treated as something that's happening like right now all the time, and it's important to put the spotlight on whether it's a AAA game or an indie game, or whether it's a developer that's sharing how they went about creating something. Like recently, there's been a developer behind The Last of Us Part 1 who implemented the haptics to speech to haptics feature with the DualSense controller. That's a story right there. You know, share those experiences.
I also think because, as you mentioned earlier, there's over 400 million disabled players, it's not going anywhere. Accessibility isn't going to just stop because a game develops dozens of options or a game features beautiful design practices. As long as there are disabled people, there's going to be accessibility. And because of that, it's up to publications to begin finding ways to employ disabled writers. Maybe start them out as freelancers, but as the trend continues, because it will, look into creating accessibility full-time positions. Have a dedicated writer to cover, mainstream launches, to cover popular indies. If there's a new feature, like Ben said, have your disabled reporter report on those topics. And it's also eventually important to create specialized verticals for accessibility. If gaming publications can have verticals for tech, for movies, for TV, they can also have them for accessibility. Because at the end of the day, accessibility will only continue to innovate. And because I don't know much about SEO, I'll let Ben tell you about that.
Yeah, okay, so if you're from a video game outlet, you know about SEO. For those that don't know, SEO is what basically gets your website ranked on Google. It gets your website to the top of Google, it gets you more views and ad revenue, blah, 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 blah. Well, basically, SEO is what we were mentioning earlier, chasing the trends. You cover stories that you know are going to generate a lot of attention. And the majority of the time, at least what I tend to find, is it's all pointed at drama. And Can I Play That, for example, shameless plug, Can I Play That has managed to create its own SEO space with accessibility. So other websites could start employing that. Like while most websites may be focusing on the key phrases, searches of players searching on Google, something about Fortnite's latest skin, how to get it, how to obtain Fortnite skin, blah, 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 then start opening that avenue for accessibility SEO and start like trying to target the audience that's searching for God of War, Ragnarok, accessibility, stuff like that. And that's going to get you the views from the target audience that you're aiming at there. Because even though it's not specifically showing up trending on Google Trends, it's still happening. And Can I Play That's organic views from Google searches has just skyrocketed in the last year. and it's great to see, and it's kind of proof that it can be done.
So,
Sorry.
oh, no, oh, geez. Oh, gosh. So, all of this info can be really daunting, especially to new writers looking to get into accessibility. So, Ben and I have a few tips. I'll begin. You don't need to have an extensive portfolio to write about accessibility. Start pitching. Pitch to smaller sites. Don't aim immediately for the top site. You don't need that. You can start with smaller sites. And also, write for yourself. Have a personal blog. Show these websites that you're committed to this subject by writing about it. Show them that you have an interest in this knowledge, in this field of gaming. And always make sure to research and learn about accessibility. Don't limit yourself to your knowledge. It's okay to not know everything. I don't know everything. Ben doesn't know everything. We like to think we do, but we don't. It's always okay to do preliminary research, and even with interviews with developers. There have been times where I've openly admitted, like, oh, I wasn't aware of this. Can you explain more? How does this work? Not knowing something is how you produce amazing stories. Because that's when you can discover the true intricacies of accessibility. And also, be sure to educate and improve. And don't start writing hate pieces or anger-filled stories with no understanding of topics. I'm looking at you, Easy Mode. Stop writing about it. You're not helping.
So, as we come to the end of this, 'cause I think we're actually doing well for time. You know, hopefully everybody's enjoying the Battenberg and preparing to be a goblin later at the conference. But overall thoughts on the future of video game accessibility, like, are they hopeful? Are they dismal? For me, I think at the moment it's hopeful. Like, outlets are starting to report on accessibility a little bit more, especially some websites that are looking at doing coverage that isn't just focused on trending pieces. They're actually reaching out to players, they're talking to them. So some websites are starting to get the idea. It's just, I think there needs to be more in terms of like hiring and starting up their own like verticals, like accessibility specialists, just like they have tech specialists and stuff. So what about you, Grant? What are your thoughts?
I'm mostly hopeful, if that made sense. I understand, like, disabled people, including myself, are kind of impatient. Like, we've been waiting years for this to happen. Let's do it right now. But in order to change an entire industry, we need time. Time to teach. Time to showcase how this works. Because that's going to be a lot more damaging if publications create these positions without the proper knowledge and understanding. It could set back the movement by years without proper experience and training. So I am hopeful. I would just ask disabled people to be patient. It's coming. We're not sure when, but I think it's coming.
I agree, and I think that brings us to the end of our journalism topic. There was probably like so much more that we could talk about, but we'll save that for another time, maybe another conference. But yeah, that's all from myself, and that's all from you, right, Grant?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll talk to everybody in the Discord if you're talking in the Discord, and we'll answer your questions if you've got any. And thank you very much. Over to Sarah.
Well, it was universally accepted that Grant's bow tie is a hit. So Grant, I know occasionally you post selfies on Twitter. Apparently more bow tie content, please. The room requests it. There are so many great things that I absolutely love and to hear. And one of the things that Grant hit on pretty early is just, accessibility is so much more than options in a menu. And so when you are thinking about a game or you're looking at a review of a game in terms of accessibility, if it's only looking at the settings menu, you don't actually have any idea how accessible the game is, because you need to look at the game holistically and even how those particular settings are implemented, because we've seen examples of settings that you think should help you play a game, and then with how they're actually implemented in the game, it doesn't matter that the setting is there because it didn't work out. Like a pretty standard example is like a game has remappable controls for your primary controls, but then like you get in a car to drive and you can't remap the driving, so you can't do that part. Like that is a real thing that happens. And so like the fact that you saw remappable controls in the settings menu didn't really mean anything. It didn't truly solve the problem. And I love the focus on lived experiences. That is what matters, and hearing from people who have lived that and can explain it. And this talk was great because it gave you steps to make accurate and ethical content in terms of accessibility journalism. And just kind of this endpoint of it's okay not to know everything, but that's why we have time to learn. Don't just rush and guess, talk to people, figure it out. So Grant, Ben, thank you so much for your talk. It was amazing. So we're going to have another short break, but to get you ready for our last talk of the day, Brandon, who is one of our speakers in our next talk, has actually put a few questions in the Discord to kind of get your brain buzzing about accessibility in in-person events. So go ahead and check those out during the break, and we'll be back for our last talk of the day. Thanks. Hello, hello. Yeah, going into the last talk. Sorry we were a couple minutes late. No, I just started talking to Shell and we were like, oh, how was, Accessibility Toronto gaming? And like, oh, how was Accessibility Toronto? And like, oh, how's this? And then like next thing we know, I look down and I'm like, oh crap, we were supposed to start 3 minutes ago. Look, I shouldn't be left unsupervised. Staff, where were the rest of you on this? just like laughing, like shouting the hands in the back. I know. If you would have tried to get me to stop talking to Shell, I wouldn't have stopped anyway. Let's be real. I would have been like, oh, yeah, we'll wrap up. And then we still would have been late. That's what happens. It's been so long since humans. Yes. All right. So we are going into the final talk of the day, accessibility in person, making industry events inclusive. I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud of what Brandon and Nisha were able to accomplish and the work that happened at our in-person events in terms of accessibility was truly next level. And it's amazing to work at a place where the company that I'm a part of is helping kind of set this standard for truly accessible events in person. And so here is the talk on all of the work that happened into making this in-person event accessible. Thanks.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Accessibility in Person, Making Industry Events Inclusive talk. I'm Nisha, a technical program manager at Xbox. I recently attended Gamescom 2022 with Brandon to represent the gaming accessibility team and support our guests with disabilities. Today, we'll be sharing our recommendations for making your next industry event as accessible as possible based on our team's experience. So from initial design and preparation to the actual event itself, there are lots of unique factors to consider at each step of the process. Today, we'll cover 4 topics in depth, quickly call out some of the areas we aren't able to cover in this talk, and then we'll leave you with some final thoughts and resources. To make an event as accessible as possible, it's extremely important to think about accessibility as early in the development process as you can. So for industry events, this translates to the design of the booth itself. So let's talk about booth construction and layout. Accessibility in a booth starts with all attendees being able to navigate all aspects of the booth. At Gamescom, we observed a caregiver who was carrying a portable ramp for a guest in a power chair. Many booths at Gamescom were raised slightly off of the floor, meaning that a power chair couldn't enter without the use of a ramp, which sadly many of these booths were lacking. Ramps into such booths or any elevated spaces of a booth should be standard across all industry events. One challenge that we faced at our booth was that while we did have ramps, they were placed in a way that wasn't easily noticeable, and so it was possible to trip over if you're entering at an odd angle. Stanchions could have likely prevented this. Next, in your booth, make sure you're using low pile carpeting throughout the booth that meets ADA minimum requirements, as this will allow guests in wheelchairs to maneuver freely once inside. Be careful not to add thick or decorative rugs. These are often used in living room style demos, and similar to high pile carpeting, it makes it impossible for certain chairs to move over. If your booth has doorways or narrow passages, ensure that these also meet ADA minimums. That said, it's always better to allocate more space than these requirements call for, because this year we had an entrance door section of our booth that technically did meet ADA requirements, but one user in particular with a large power chair was barely able to make it in. For those with low vision, it's important to include adequate lighting and furniture of a color that contrasts strongly against the color of the carpeting to make it easier to find when they need something or just to prevent injuries as they're maneuvering around the booth. Now let's move on to signage. Prominent signage at the booth is a crucial aspect of navigating the booth successfully. To cater to as many users as possible, signs should use large print, sans serif font, and a high contrast ratio between the foreground text and the background. Additionally, you should provide information in multiple languages if linguistically diverse guests are expected at your event. For example, Gamescom is hosted in Cologne, Germany, and so all of our signs were printed in both English and German to cater to most attendees. If you have signage that conveys significant amounts of important information, try to have alternative forms of that same information, such as full Braille printouts or Braille URLs to a dedicated web page. Lastly, there are many aspects of a booth that are not permanent installations but should be considered when designing the booth. For guests who are unable to stand for a long period of time, there should be foldable chairs that are readily either stored in or near the booth. And then for those who need a longer break from, often overwhelming crowds or noise at events, having a dedicated quiet space for guests is extremely helpful. Depending on the size and availability of this space, you can opt to either make it publicly available using signs or make it accessible via contacting a staff member. Whenever possible, though, try to have the quiet space within the booth itself or fairly close by. At Gamescom, we did have a quiet room available, which was great, but we could only secure one that was a fair distance off the show floor, and so that really reduced its utilization. Demo stations are one of the most crucial aspects of the gaming industry event. There are a few key ways to ensure that everyone can enjoy the demos that you showcase at your booth. Demo stations should be designed to be adjustable, informative, and capable of using a wide array of input devices. First and foremost, each station should have a tabletop and a monitor that are independently adjustable in height. Monitors should be able to be pulled towards the user and be able to tilt up and down, because this is not only useful for gamers in wheelchairs, but also for those who are very short, including kids, or very tall. For gamers in wheelchairs, it's important to design the desks or tabletops to have wheelchair clearance below them that allow these gamers to get comfortably close to the monitor. Lapboards can serve as an adequate backup when wheelchair clearance is not available. Make sure that all peripherals are plugged in with long cables by default to ensure easy compatibility with lapboards when they're needed. As you can see in this picture from our recent Xbox Bethesda showcase, we have demo kiosks whose tabletop height could be automatically adjusted using a control panel on the far right side. This made it extremely easy for users in wheelchairs of any size to roll up to the tables directly. For users with fine motor disabilities, it's imperative to offer multiple input options. Whenever possible, each demo station should include a keyboard and mouse, a standard controller, and an adaptive controller, like the Xbox Adaptive Controller. If space constraints prevent this, the ability to quickly connect an adaptive controller can suffice, for example via a USB cable. Additionally, ensure that you bring a wide variety of peripherals to plug into your adaptive controller so that you can create a scheme that works well for each individual. Quantity and variety are key here, as every gamer's needs are unique. And so ensure these peripherals are stored in an area that's quick and easy to reach to improve the process of swapping them in and out. Lastly, it's very helpful to have a display at each station that outlines the required controls for the game that's being demoed at that station. On the screen, you can see an example that was printed at the Grounded game. A great additional step is to provide quick links, URLs, QR codes, or Braille to have detailed accessibility information for each title. At Gamescom, we partnered with the Family Video Games Database, who supplied cards with URLs that linked to their site, which had accessibility information for all of the games shown, including the default input and button mapping for each game. Now I'll turn it over to Brandon to talk about accessible experiences and staffing at events.
Thanks, Nisha. Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Brandon Zahand, and I'm a Senior Gaming Accessibility Program Manager at Microsoft. Let's pick up where Nisha left off and talk about event experiences. Experiences can be a lot of things, not just demo booths. I've seen many other types over the years, and they can vary dramatically. For instance, at Gamescom 2022, one booth had a full-blown escape room. Another booth had a full-blown parkour course. I've seen booths with arcade-style claw machines with prizes, virtual reality simulators that move, and more. But not all experiences have to be so grandiose. Photo ops at booths are quite common, as are meet and greets with game developers. At our GamesCom booth this year, we had an airbrush tattoo artist decorating would-be pirates. Regardless of whether your experience is simple or complex, there are some basic steps you should take when planning them to help ensure they are as accessible as possible for as many people as possible. First, think about how people will queue up. Clearly indicate the entrance of an experience. Try to station a staff member there to assist any customers who require it. These staff can also bring customers whose disabilities make it difficult for them to stay in line to the front of the queue if needed. In line, make sure there's plenty of room for a powered chair to move and turn within the queue, especially if you're using stanchions. Ensure the queue is completely free of any obstacles someone might trip on or that might block a wheelchair. The same goes for any hanging obstacles like signs or decorations. Also, be on the lookout for height changes between the main booth floor and the floor of the experience. Sometimes experiences are put in after main construction of the show floor and come with their own raised flooring. Even though there may just be a small height difference, try to ensure there's a ramp to help people in chairs, as well as the rest of us who might not see it and trip. Once in the experience, think about how folks will interact with it. Considering the multitude of possible experiences you could be planning, we won't be able to cover how to make every single one accessible. But there are a few general considerations to keep in mind. To start with, think about any physical interactions someone must perform to take part. Like demo stations, any items that a user has to physically interact with should be adjustable in height and have adequate wheelchair clearance. If technology is present, ensure assistive devices are available to operate that technology and that any output is available in both audio and video form. Finally, think about any content in your experience that could be potentially triggering for individuals with phobias or who have experienced trauma. I'll give you a great example, which I will not show here so as to avoid triggering anyone with arachnophobia. At our last conference, we had a photo op experience with a giant spider statue for the game Grounded. Unfortunately, by the time our team realized how prominently the spider would be displayed, it was too late to make any changes to the booth. The best we were able to do was offer warning signs outside the booth and guided tours later in the day that avoided the area as much as possible. We also turned off lighting effects on the spider, as well as overhead lighting to make it less visible during those tours. This is a picture of one of our warning signs. It reads, in both English and German, "This booth features an oversized spider statue, 5.2 meters wide by 2.2 meters tall. If you have a severe fear of spiders, please find an Xbox staffer for assistance." In retrospect, had we had more time, we would have tried to create a partition to obscure the spider from the main booth, or had a curtain that could be drawn to hide the statue during certain periods of the day. So the moral of the story is that should your experience have content of a very sensitive or potentially triggering nature, consider finding a way to obscure it from the rest of your booth and make sure there are signs clearly posted that explain what content users will experience should they investigate further. One other thing to note. Photosensitive epilepsy, which is most often triggered by rapidly flashing lights, is especially concerning. Most people don't realize they have photosensitive epilepsy until they have their first seizure, which may occur later in life. Since a seizure has the potential to physically harm someone or worse, just don't use those kind of lighting effects at all, as obscuring them and/or posting signs about them may not be enough to keep your customers safe. Moving on, let's talk about staff. Your staff are the last line of defense when thinking about booth accessibility. They are the folks who will greet customers, help them navigate your experience, answer questions, and troubleshoot any situations that arise in real time. As such, they are an integral part of ensuring that customers with disabilities have a particularly good experience. First and foremost, it is critical that your staff be trained properly in disability etiquette. All of our floor staff at Gamescom 2022 were given training materials that covered how to interact with individuals with a variety of disabilities. Training like this can be sourced from many different locations and should cover topics such as terminology, the proper way to guide individuals, respecting service animals, and interacting with companions or caregivers. Additionally, staff should know how to handle a medical situation and summon medical services quickly if needed. At Gamescom this year, we had 2 separate medical emergencies at our booth. Thankfully, everyone ended up being okay in both situations, thanks to a quick response from our staff and the EMTs on site. Also, it's important to have dedicated staff on your show floor that are familiar with the accessibility options in your products and setting up assistive technologies when guests require them. We highly recommend having a minimum of 2 individuals available at a time for larger booths, as complex configurations and setups might require booth staff members to efficiently and quickly get a station prepared to meet a specific individual's needs. In this picture, you can see one of our guests using an Xbox adaptive controller to play Grounded. In this scenario, having one person to perform a quick assessment of the guest's needs while the other person ran to get the appropriate equipment worked out really well. Once the proper equipment was retrieved, one person could work on physically setting up the equipment while the other configured the various software and controller settings. Now, with all that being said, knowledgeable staff aren't of much use if those staff members can't be easily found when needed. Most of our floor staff wore bright green t-shirts with the Xbox logo on them, as well as lanyards identifying themselves as staff. However, an additional step we took this year was to make it easier for the gaming and disability community to find our disability and accessibility subject matter experts. As you can see here, Nisha and I were on the floor wearing black shirts with "Here to Help" in large white font. Additionally, a gaming accessibility logo in white was displayed prominently on the front of the shirt with the Xbox logo on the armbands. Signage with the same logo was also displayed, which read, "Here to Help. Please ask a member of the Xbox staff if you have any specific needs. We are here to make sure you have a great experience. For more information, visit xbox.com/accessibility." Now, that said, we could have done better this year. Most of the time, we had 2 of us on the floor. We always had at least one. However, when the booth got crowded, it became hard for people to locate us. One guest told us after the event that they were never able to find Nisha or I. In hindsight, having an information desk that customers could have visited to request assistance would have helped a lot. Speaking of staff, another key component to a highly accessible booth is having sign language interpreters on site for those who require them. This year at Gamescom, we had American Sign Language, British Sign Language, and German Sign Language interpreters. After reviewing the interactions we had at the event, we realized all of them were with native German Sign Language speakers, which makes sense since Gamescom was held in Germany. Going forward, we may streamline our sign language interpreters based on this data to focus primarily on interpreting the host country's signed language. Here's a photo of one of our amazing BSL interpreters. You can also see the badge we made for her, using a relatively universal symbol for interpreting. One learning we took away from the event was, even with these badges, a number of folks who came through the event didn't realize we had interpreters available. In the future, we'll put out signage indicating the availability of interpreters and how to request them. My final note on staff. You may have noticed in previous pictures that Nisha and I were rocking some really stylish fanny packs at the conference. The reason? Each of those packs were stuffed full of sensory processing aids to hand out to individuals who needed them. Sensory processing aids can be really helpful for people like myself who have sensory processing disorder. You can see what we offered here. We had pairs of dark glasses, disposable earplugs, and small fidget toys. The earplug sensory processing aid. That's because even for folks without any audio sensitivity, GaConf was loud. We kept looking out for folks covering both ears, and if we saw them, we'd proactively run up and give them plugs. So you've done your homework, you've prepped, and the big day has finally arrived. Is your work done? Not by a long shot. Let's talk a bit about what you can be doing during and after the event to make sure future events are even smoother and more accessible. At GamesCom 2022, we had 2 of us who staffed the entirety of the event, and we quickly learned it was important for us to create an efficient daily preparation routine if we were going to survive. Every morning, I tested the wheelchair lift to the stage, replenished accessibility information cards at each demo station, and checked in on our sign language interpreters to make sure they had what they needed. In parallel, Nisha checked each of our demo stations to ensure that they were still equipped with a USB-C cable for our Xbox adaptive controllers. With the high volume of guests each day at the booth, it was common for cables to slip behind the stations. Verifying each cable was readily available each morning saved us a lot of time throughout the day when an Xbox adaptive controller was needed. The last step of our daily routine was doing a quick walkthrough of the booth. We paid particularly close attention to ensuring that the queues and their entrances and exits were still wide enough for guests in wheelchairs to easily navigate. Now, notes and photos. Designate at least one staff member to take detailed notes about your experiences throughout the event. Nisha was our note taker, and she was awesome. Each day, we tracked the number of guests we observed who used wheelchairs, requested sign language interpreters, tried an Xbox adaptive controller, and more. These statistics were collected so we could record the impact our efforts had at this event, as well as provide insight into how we could adjust resources at future events to provide an even better experience. We also jotted down more improvement opportunities we discovered, key wins we observed, and meaningful interactions we had. And throughout the event, we both took plenty of photos to share with our team when we returned. So, what should you do with all this information you've collected once the event is over? Do what we did and put together an event report. Celebrate the wins, reflect on the misses, thank those who helped, and educate your leaders on the importance of accessibility at your events. Showcasing the positive impact your work had will encourage continued investment in future events. The report our team put together for GamesCom 2022 was 17 pages long, and it included 1. An executive summary with high-level overview of the event and our participation. 2. Statistics on interactions with attendees, such as how many sensory processing aids we gave out. 3. Anecdotes from staff members relaying both positive and disappointing interactions our community had. 4. The roles and responsibilities of each of our accessibility subject matter experts leading up to and during the event. 5. Key accessibility wins that delighted our guests. 6. Mistakes we made and ways to improve going forward. And 7. Commentary, both positive and constructive, from social media to further our learnings. So, that's it for staffing. Now, being cognizant of the time, let me briefly run through all the various things we were not able to cover in this talk. Events require a lot of planning, as you've already seen, and we weren't even able to dive that deep into the topics we covered. Yet there are so many other aspects that need to be considered. If you have registration systems for guests, either before the event or at the booth during the event, those need to be accessible. Similarly, any communication sent out before, during, or after the event should also meet WCAG standards to ensure accessibility. Now, if you're lucky enough to be choosing your own venue, not only should it be compliant with local regulations, but it should go above and beyond them. As an example, one venue we recently used had a very tiny bathroom that was technically ADA compliant, but one of our guests in a power chair still had difficulty maneuvering it. Food can be tricky, not only from a dietary restriction standpoint, but from a serving standpoint. Having wait staff on hand to help those who require assistance goes a long way. With regards to swag and merch, catalogs should be available for all merch offered with large pictures, text, and braille. And try to offer a variety of swag that can be utilized by a variety of different individuals, regardless of their disabilities. If you're giving presentations, study up on how you can make those accessible. Have both live captions and interpreters available to assist those who require them. And be sure to describe any visual content on your slides for those with little or no vision. And stages. Please, please, please. If you're going to have a stage, have a ramp or chairlift to the stage, even if you aren't sure you'll use it. Despite the fact that we had no guests who used wheelchairs booked for our stage during Gamescom, we still made sure we had a wheelchair ramp just in case. This is important if there are any last-minute changes in scheduled speakers, or if there's an unexpected opportunity to bring guests on stage that would require a wheelchair. Even a speaker who can normally navigate stairs may end up injured unexpectedly and need another way to get up there. Also, we talked about this before briefly, but test your wheelchair lifts every morning at a minimum. I'm not quite sure why, but these things have a knack for failing at the most inopportune times. At one event I went to, a speaker in a wheelchair had to be lifted out of their chair and carried on stage because the wheelchair lift failed and they couldn't get it working in time for their talk. That isn't something you ever want to put someone through. I hope we'll have more opportunities to dive into various aspects of event accessibility at future game conferences. But the information here should go a long way towards making your events more inclusive for gamers with disabilities. There are a lot of things to consider when planning, so start planning early. Doing so will reduce overall costs, lessen the chance of you missing something, and prevent those crazy last-minute fire drills right before or even during an event. Next, don't be afraid to make mistakes. We made a number of mistakes at Gamescom 2022, only some of which we mentioned here today. It's okay. As long as you're making a genuine best effort and applying learnings to future events, the gaming and disability community will support and appreciate you. And remember, keep the community in the know. Before your event, let potential guests know about the accommodations you'll be providing. If something changes during the event, send out a notification via social channels or other event communication methods. And after your event, let the community know what you've learned and how you plan on improving. And all along the way, solicit feedback regularly from your guests with disabilities. Oh, and on a personal note, I just want to take a moment to send a shout out to all the incredible members from the gaming and disability community who take the time to show up to our events to meet with us, share their stories, and provide feedback on our products. After being away from the community for such a long time due to COVID, it has been so wonderful to see you all in person again. Our team is looking forward to seeing even more of you in the coming months. The same goes for the incredible advocates who show up as well. We are so appreciative of all that you do and love learning from and partnering with you. Keep up the great work. And last, but certainly not least, I want to thank all of the amazing folks at Microsoft who helped make our event so accessible. Jennifer Nichols, Arya Brickner McDonald, Sean McIntyre, Kim Coons, Dave McCarthy, our stellar brand ambassadors, and the rest of the Xbox gaming accessibility team, to name a few. There is no way one person can make an event accessible on their own. As they say, it takes teamwork to make the dream work. On behalf of Nisha, myself, and the entire gaming accessibility team at Xbox, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. For more information on game accessibility for players, visit https://xbox.com/accessibility. For developer resources, programs, and more, visit https://aka.ms/xga. And finally, if you'd like to chat more about gaming accessibility or accessible events, hit us up. You can find me on Twitter at BrandonZ and Nisha on LinkedIn at Nisha-Patel12. Thanks again. Take care.
A lack of accessibility at in-person events is actually directly responsible for part of why we exist today. It turns out when Ian and I have a really bad time at a conference and then we complain about how accessible it is, Ian will have ideas like, well, we should just have our own conference. And the next thing you know, you've been doing it for 6 years. So just watch out for that. But you know, what I absolutely loved is that everything in this talk was actionable. You could, as you start planning your next event, take everything that Brandon and Nisha have said and start working to make your next event accessible. Finding accessible venues in some places can be a little difficult. Like one of the reasons we were looking to move out of San Francisco as a conference is because a lot of the buildings weren't accessible and the ones that were brand new and we could not afford. And so we were looking for a new home. And even today, coming into the Archer, one of the reasons that we're here at the Archer Hotel is, number one, for those at home, you obviously wouldn't know, but we're on the ground floor, meaning that it is easy to get here. And if an elevator breaks, it doesn't matter for anyone who's using a wheelchair to attend the conference. They can still get in here. We have double doors to enter the space, meaning there's plenty of room. The bathrooms are close. We have a very large quiet room that people can access. And honestly, finding a venue space that will meet our accessibility goals and requirements can sometimes be the biggest part of the challenge. And you do have to be intentional, but it can be done. You just have to think about it and plan ahead. So thank you so much, Brandon and Nisha, for your talk and closing out for the last talk of day one. I can't believe we're already halfway through the conference. Whew. It's a lot. Yeah, round of applause. So as we close out day one, I just want to say a few things. Again, thank you so much for everyone who's been watching online, everyone in Discord, and all of you in here today for coming and attending. I know that for a lot of us, this has been weird peopling. We're coming out of cocoons. Not too fast, though. We're still slow rolling it. But I do appreciate it. So a few things to note for all of our folks in person. Bryce Johnson from the Inclusive Tech Lab at Microsoft has been generous enough that if you are interested in visiting the Inclusive Tech Lab today, this evening, he is willing to provide tours. All you need to do is reach out to him on Twitter. I'll post a link in the Discord. So if you want to check out the Inclusive Tech Lab, it's like a 5-minute drive from here. You can go and visit that today. So shout out to Bryce for offering that up. If you haven't got to see the new lab, it is absolutely beautiful. If you saw the old lab, the new lab, like absolutely puts it to shame. So I highly recommend you check it out. I also want to say thanks to all of our sponsors, because again, we can't put on this event without our sponsors and all of the work that they do. We run this conference incredibly lean, and our staff are volunteers, except for when we have enough money for gift cards. So first off, a huge thank you to our sponsors. So our gold sponsors, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Rockstar, and Xbox. Yes, thank you. They put up the money, gold. Our silver sponsors, the ESA, Electronic Arts, Riot Games, and Netflix. So thank you to all of our silver sponsors. And finally, our bronze sponsors of Read Speaker AI, Player Research, Descriptive Video Works, and Shara. So thanks to all of our bronze sponsors. I also want to give a shout out to our staff who is helping us virtually here. So I want to thank our marvelous interpreters from Partners in Communication. They have been with us for years and we love them. So thank you so much, interpreters. Jenny, give yourself a round of applause. And then I also want to thank Heart Captioning for doing all of the captioning that is happening live to make sure that everything is captioned. They are doing great. So yes, please, to the captioning team. And just to wrap it up, a few things about tomorrow. So if you got your badge in person today, you do not have to present another COVID test tomorrow. You only do one COVID test to get your badge. So you are good. If you are attending tomorrow and you haven't came here yet, please, we ran through a lot of COVID tests. Please take your own at home. We will take a picture that is time dated within 12 hours of you registering your badge. You don't have to physically bring your test. We realize that we didn't make that clear, but thank you to everyone who, really wanted to prove you didn't have COVID and brought in your own test that you took here. We appreciate you. You are amazing. And that's it. That's the end of day one. Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you bright and early again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. So thank you.